Good morning.
Good morning.
The November 14th, 2023 meeting of the Charter Authorizing Panel is now called to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Department of Education and ask that you please silence all your electronic devices. The goal is to facilitate a fair and responsible hearing, so therefore I ask that each person speaking please state your name and title for the record. I ask that you continue to speak clearly into the microphone throughout your presentation for the benefit of the panel, this audience, and the viewing audience. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and a transcript of the meeting will be posted on the DESE website. All right. Good morning, everybody. And good morning to our panel members. Thank you for being here. We do have a consent agenda item before you today, and if there are no questions, then I'll accept a motion to pass the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. All right. Mr. Reynolds?
Good morning. Stephen Reynolds, staff attorney for the department. First, Mr. Chair, I think your mic is on your laptop, and it
I
might
just
be what's
turned it off.
causing.
I'm good.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. So I'll go over the procedures for the hearings. Each charter is going to get 20 minutes to present its case. Any parties in opposition will also get 20 minutes. To my knowledge, there's nobody in opposition to these waivers. The chair needs to swear everybody in before we get started, and the chair may grant additional time as necessary, and then anybody on the panel can ask questions at any time. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Summons to introduce the first application.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Summons?
Good morning, Dory Summons, Office of Public Charter Schools. The first applicant, Institute for the Creative Arts, has submitted an application to establish an open enrollment charter school beginning in the 24-25 academic year. The charter will follow a performing and visual arts high school, college, and career prep education model. This applicant was asked to return with additional information. We have Ms. Rosalie Russell and her team here as presenters.
All right, thank you very much. Will all those who plan on testifying in support of the charter please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. You may begin.
Well, good morning. I'm Dr. Rosalie Russell, Executive Director of Community School of the Arts, the sponsoring entity. And as Dory said, we're here to answer questions, follow-up questions that were given to us in August when we appeared here. I just want to introduce our K-12 consultant advisor, Dr. Jennifer Feeney. And if you'll remember, you asked us about K-12 and a consultant when we were here last. And so we have a wonderful consultant. Very proud to have her on our team. Dr. Jennifer Feeney has been before the charter panel before. She is part of a district conversion startup charter. You can see, let me get, if I know what I'm doing here, get us to the page. Jennifer, I may need your help on this because I'm not trying to get us to our. There we go.
There we go.
Good. Technology is not my strong suit. Dr. Feeney has a doctorate in education, and you can see her credentials. She has 20 years of school experience. She's an outstanding educator and leader, and she's going to walk us through these questions. And this is a walkthrough, literally, of questions that you all had last time. And so she's going to take us through that. She may be giving you some handouts because of some technological issues going on here, so you may be getting some handouts as well. So, Dr. Feeney?
Jennifer Feeney. I'm the K-12 consultant for ICA. Okay, it works better if you stand here. It's not going. You can advance it. All right, so you've well versed in the mission of ICA. They were here back in August and kind of gave you the overview and really the arts portion of what the school was. So today what I'm here to do is really explain how will academics go at the ICA Institute. So primary questions that were asked when they were here last week were about library media, or a few months ago, last charter meeting, was library media specialist. What are classroom spaces? How will that look? Will you provide transportation? What materials are you using? Can you meet the needs of the 38 required courses? How will you provide tutoring when a lot of the students coming to you are behind already? Student services, professional development, who are your board members, and just governance in general. So those are the highlights of what we'll cover. So the first thing after I went back, I was not on board at the time in August, was I watched the video of the charter panel probably 3 times. And one of the big feedbacks for us was the library media specialist. And after meeting and really discussing, we met with Ms. Barnett at the State Department and discussed, what can a library media specialist look like at ICA? And we decided we didn't need that library media waiver, that the panels, what the panel brought and the questions they asked were important. We don't really need that library media specialist. We decided that we should hire a library media specialist. The thing with hiring a library media specialist is we want that teacher to be co-teaching within the classroom and not just sitting in a library, housing books. So the library media specialist at ICA will be co-teaching in the English language arts classes for 9th grade. 10th grade will be in the history classes, 11th grade science, and then 12th grade. They will really work with the students on capstone projects, college and career readiness, just the application process, whether they're going to work or whether they're going to college. And so the library media specialist, we decided that's really a job that we need to have. So we decided we would get that library media specialist. The facility has come a long way since they were here in August. There is now concrete, no more dirt and nails in the drive, but the building's looking great. Mr. Baldwin had an opportunity last week to come and see the facility, and we've made a lot of progress. So here's the first floor of the facility. You can see lots of classroom space, probably even more mechanical space like every school, but lots of classroom space for teachers and students and staff. Here's our second floor. That's right above the other part of the first floor. Again, lots of classroom space, lots of unique rooms and designs that are needed for the Institute, but also can be easily used as a classroom. And then here is the auditorium space for the theater and dance department. Again, lots of classroom space, lots of PE room, just a lot of places that could be flexible learning environments for our students. So a big question that we had last year in August when we came was about transportation, and is transportation provided? We will have a waiver for transportation. Transportation will be provided within the city. The city of Fort Smith has added an additional bus stop for us at ICA. If you're not familiar, down by the river in Fort Smith is also the U.S. Marshals Museum. And there was no stop there for U.S. Marshals Museum or us. So the mayor has graciously worked with the transportation department to add a stop. So the school will provide passes for any student in Fort Smith that needs a pass, and that will be our transportation plan for this first year. So as a charter school, we know that we want to provide high quality opportunities for our students. That starts with our School of Academics, and that starts with making sure that we select instructional materials that are of high quality. So we'll go through and I'll show you the course catalog, course codes, our 38 required courses, and then explain that our focus is on high school graduation. So being a new charter school, a new startup, we have a unique opportunity to ensure that we are selecting high quality instructional materials from day one. Unlike schools that maybe are open, they've been open for a while, it's a lot more difficult to select materials, and encourage people to use those materials. As a new school, we have that opportunity from day one, selecting materials that are of high quality, materials that the State Department has already been through and ensured that they are of high quality, and that's what our plan is. The great thing about these high quality instructional materials that the State Department have already selected is that they have embedded teacher supports. We never want to throw materials out to a teacher and expect them just to figure it out, and our high quality instructional materials are already highly embedded with teacher support, and they have inclusive practices. And that's another thing that was brought up in August, is how are you going to reach those students that may be coming in behind? By selecting high quality instructional materials and working with the State Department, we'll be able to ensure that the inclusive practices are already built in and that we're teaching grade level standards. For our materials for English, we've selected Springboard, Math, Illustrative Math, and Science, BCSS Biology. We are working with the State Department on finishing up our science curriculum, but those are not all high-quality instructional materials have not been selected for all science areas, so we're just going to wait until a few more have been selected. In the arts, we have lots of materials already selected. We're ready to go with all of our arts courses. When we had Mr. Baldwin out last week at ICA, the big thing I think that we wanted to explain was that we are a high school, so we may look different in how we offer courses. We may look different in how our students take electives, but at the end of the day, our focus is high school graduation, just like any other high school. We want to ensure that our students are receiving 22 high school credits aligned to the State Department standards. So at the end of the day, we want to make sure that all of our students meet these requirements. So I came earlier and this table was not showing up, but what's on that blank screen where it has a black square is a teacher hub that we've created. In that teacher hub, we'll have that on our website, and they have all of the standards for their core content. So each of the different areas we have aligned to those standards. We want to make sure that we are day one ready, that we are not having to create things after the fact. We want all of the standards, all the materials, all the resources, and a hub for the teachers. In addition to that, we've posted on that blank square the document that shows what are students coming to you in 9th grade supposed to already know. So we put the learning targets for grades 3 through 8 because we know not all students will come in 9th grade ready. And we want to make sure teachers have the resources available if they need to go back a few years, maybe go back a year, go back 2 years, and have the resources at their hands and they're not trying to find them. So we have a course catalog that we've developed. If you'll pull that up for us over. So in the course catalog, as he pulls that up, we have all the courses that we plan to offer, plus some additional ones that we'll offer in the future. All of our 38 required courses are in the catalog, in addition to any of our CTE courses that we plan to offer. You want to hand it out? Sure. We made copies for our technology issues, but here's our course catalog. In the course catalog, we tried to be as explicit as possible. Again, once we hire teachers and you guys approve us today, we will obviously sit down and work with teachers to go through this course catalog and ensure that it's also aligned to what the teachers have envisioned for their courses. But this has an opportunity to be ready for day one and not be waiting for the first week of PD. Will you click to the next one, please? Thank you. All right, and so these are the required core. These do not include the arts courses that we'll offer, but we wanted to make sure that we could cover all of the required courses for accreditation purposes, and we've got all of our course codes, we have our courses, and a general outline of what class they may come in to take it. We also know that just because you're a 10th grader doesn't mean you might be a 10th grade English. You may need to take a class, below or above that, but these are general guidelines. For our career and technical education, you really, when you think of an art school, may not think that there's a whole lot of career and technical classes involved in an art school. That was definitely something I've learned in this process. To be honest, a lot of the classes are actually career and technical classes. We are aligned very much to career and technical courses. So in the first year, the plan is to have advertising and graphic design. That will be a great digital arts type program for us. Also, the first year, programming and software, we'll meet the computer science requirement with the game design and development 1. So instead of offering just the traditional computer science class, we'd like to offer the game design and development. Year 2 will be AV technology. Year 2 will also be digital cinema. The plan is for year 3, culinary arts, and then radio broadcasting technology. So we have a lot of programs to study that we really want to be able to offer these students, all within career and technical education. So back in August at the charter panel, a huge question is, how are you going to support these students? I don't remember which panel member asked, but they said, when we look at your data, the students that would be possibly recruited into your school are coming in behind, because if you looked at the scores of the schools where they would be coming from, they are behind. So for us, we did a lot of reflecting on that. And what we decided is we needed a staff member to support those students. So we came up with the position for a coordinator of support services. And the coordinator of support services will make sure that we're providing a consistent advocate for students who may be behind or may need special services. So that coordinator will do special education wraparound services. They will support our ELL students. They will ensure that health services is communicating with all of those people. They'll support 504, dyslexia, and counseling. What happens is a lot of times in schools, my own school included, is there's not a whole lot of communication between all of these different services that students need. And so it's important to us that there is a person in place that can be the person that is consistent and they're advocating for all of these different groups. This kind of goes along with it. What was your plan for tutoring? That was kind of a big question. We will follow the RTI process to make sure that we are providing support for students. Again, like I said earlier, our biggest thing is that we need to provide an instructional program that is first and foremost aligned to grade level standards. We know if we don't select a curriculum that is aligned to the grade level standards that we've already messed up tier 1. So we need to make sure that our tier 1 instructional program is aligned to grade level essentials. And then after that, we'll make sure that teachers are implementing with fidelity. And so the big question was, well, when will you provide these services to students? Well, we have an advisory time built in that will also be RTI time. So it'll be a flexible time throughout the day that students can be pulled. Teachers can request certain students that they can work with and to ensure that these students are getting the services they need. The coordinator of support services will be the person that really makes sure that those are planned out and that we're communicating who needs what services at that time. So when we think about the coordinator of support services, it's kind of a full circle for us. They will be in charge of making sure that all students are receiving the services they need, whether that's health services, counseling, whether that's RTI, whether that's going back a few years in instruction. We'll make sure that we have a person that can ensure that's happening. So not only do we want to make sure that our students have that opportunity to have a high quality education, we want to make sure that when we look at hiring teachers, that we are hiring teachers that have a professional community to work within. We are requesting a waiver for licensure. The goal of that waiver is to ensure that we have some flexibility when working with arts instructors. The primary focus will be to use that licensure for that purpose. We have high quality instructional materials selected, so we know that we have embedded supports for that opportunity. And we also want to make sure that we're attracting new and experienced teachers to the school. For our governance, we do have our board selected at this time. If you'll click the board of directors for me. And I think this is in your packet as well. When we put this together, we only had the 4 board members selected, but we do have 5 board members selected. The goal when we were looking at selecting board members was to ensure that we had a variety of individuals and different needs that they could work with the school. We wanted to make sure we had someone with some public school experience on boards, and we have that with Ms. Cole. We wanted to make sure that we had a few people with some financial background, so we ensured that we had a couple of those. We have Dr. Fotai, who was also a previous school administrator in Fort Smith, and we have Ms. Joanne Lever, who has experience in startup virtual schools in Fayetteville and has also worked at APSRC and just really helping schools get started in the whole process. So we feel really good about the board members that have been selected. We have our board duties outlined. Again, as we get approved, we'll continue to work on the board duties. And we also have board policies that we've worked on with APSRC. Let's pull it up. This is why we made copies. So here are our board duties, just kind of outlines a little bit of what the board of directors' duties will be and how we will move forward once we are approved. All right, you can click over to the next slide. So our governance hasn't changed a whole lot since we were here in August. We did add the coordinator of support services to make sure that that position was in line with those that would work directly with them. We have gone ahead and started the ICA website. We want to make sure after today that we are really ready to start. We want to start, recruiting students and hit the ground running when we finish. So the ICA website, if you want to pull that up real quick, it is not a live link for students or anybody else to access, but we've got a good start on it. We want to make sure that we have places for parents and staff. We have our state required information, and we are ready to start as soon as possible. We have our job descriptions and then the impacts of art on education. And at this time, if Dr. Russell will come up, we have, I believe, Mayor McGill from Fort Smith wanted to share a few words on Zoom.
My name is Philip Russell, and I'm the Director of Development for Community School of the Arts. And it is my distinct pleasure to introduce Mayor George McGill, the mayor of Fort Smith. He's been a longtime supporter of our efforts to reach young people for the arts. Actually, Mayor McGill has a real heart for young people and their education in general. In fact, before he was mayor, many of you may know this, Mayor McGill served in the Arkansas House of Representatives, I believe for 3 terms, where he was a member of the House Education Committee. So if he's available, I'll turn it over to him.
Well, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Well, thank you. My name is George McGill, and I'm the mayor of Fort Smith, Arkansas. And it's a pleasure to be with you today. The reason for my coming before you is to share with you the economic impact the Community School of the Art has already had on our city. Many of you may already know that the air base here in Fort Smith, Arkansas, Ebbing Air Base, has been selected by the United States Military Air Force as the home of the Foreign Military Sales Mission. And what that means is that we will be training our foreign allies here in Fort Smith on the latest aircraft in our Air Force, which is the F-35. And a big part of that recruiting, we competed against California, Texas, Michigan, and Arizona for this mission. And one of the things we shared with, particularly with the delegation from Singapore, we talked about the education opportunities here in Fort Smith, Arkansas. And the one thing that captured those pilots' attention was the fact that we were going to have a community school of the arts. And they asked lots of questions about that. And so in my mind, at the end of the day, the things that caused them to select our air base as the training site was the fact that, number one, we've got a great Air Force, a great air base here, amazing facility for training, but even more so, the educational facilities that we have available. The general said we're concerned mainly about the education of our children, and the medical facilities that you will have available to take care of our pilots and their families. And so I was able to show them the Community School of the Arts in the rough. And they were very, very excited about the opportunity of having their children attend that school. But even more importantly, I know the leadership at Community School of the Arts. I know Miss Rosalie Walker, and she's been a pillar in our community when it comes to providing top-notch education, particularly in the arts. Her name resonates across the community, and you could do no better than extend the opportunity for them to have this school. And the facility is simply amazing. I can't wait till it opens. I've had a chance to walk through it while it's been under construction, but this facility is simply amazing. And the thoughtful process of locating it along the Arkansas River, adjacent to the U.S. Marshals Museum, adjacent to recreational activities, it's an amazing piece. And again, it's an economic driver. As mayor, I'm often asked by companies and families, why should we come to Fort Smith, Arkansas? And Community School of the Arts is always mentioned as a great opportunity for education, and it's a great economic development driver. So with that said, I strongly encourage you to please allow them to open their school and come and visit, not only to see the Community School of the Arts, but to see our great city as it's beginning to grow and prosper. And again, thank you for the opportunity to visit today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes our presentation, and I know we'll probably have lots of questions.
All right. So we'll have our legal review now.
Okay.
Mr. Reynolds?
I'm back for the fun part. So I think you guys got a legal review in August, but I'm just going to go back over for a refresher and a few clarifications that I heard in the presentation. So I'm just going to go topic by topic. Waiver topic number 1 is the superintendent and the charter seeking to waive Arkansas Code annotated 613-109, 617-427, standard for accreditation 4B1, 4B2, and the rules governing the superintendent mentoring program, and we don't have any legal concerns with that. Waiver topic number 2 is the principal, the charter seeking to waive Arkansas Code annotated 617-302 and standard for accreditation 4C2, and we don't have any legal concerns with that. Waiver topic number 3 is teacher licensure. This charter seeking to waive Arkansas Code annotated 615-1004, 617-309, 617-401, 617-418, 617-902, 617-908, 617-919, standard for accreditation 4D1, and the rules governing educator licensure, section 7 only. Waiver topic number 4
Yes, hold on
is
just
gifted.
1 second, Mr. Reynolds. Dr. Wright McMurray.
Going on to the next, are you going on to the next waiver, or, because I have a question about the licensure.
Yeah.
Are you still, I'm sorry, are you still?
Yeah, there's a few more to go through,
Okay,
but
go ahead.
waiver topic number 4 is gifted and talented. It's Arkansas Code annotated 620-2208C6, 642-109, standard for accreditation 2G1, and the rules governing gifted and talented program approval standards, and we don't have any concerns with that. And we don't have any concerns with the licensure waiver. Waiver topic number 5. It's a
1 second, Mr. Reynolds.
I do have a question about the licensure waiver. So during the presentation, it was stated that the intent was to ensure the ability to have flexibility when it comes to teachers that are in the arts or those areas. Just wanting to get clarification, is that the way that it is being requested, does it provide opportunity for that to go into other areas further along in the charter? So specifically CTE teachers, is there the ability, the way that the waiver is currently being granted, for there to be a flexibility in saying that they can hire CTE teachers that are not licensed because of the waiver, as an example.
Yes, and furthermore, core teachers as well.
I don't know the answer to that. I'll get it for you, though.
Okay.
All right, so waiver topic number 6 is the Board of Directors. The charter seeking to waive Arkansas Code annotated 613-608, 613-611, 613-612C, 613-615, 613-616A, 613-617, 613-618, 613-619C1A, and 613C19 or 613C19D, 613-620-582, and 613-620-5B, 613-630, 613-631, 613-634, 613-635, 614-101 ETSEC, 613-1303, and the rules governing reimbursement by school districts for election expenses. Waiver topic number 7 is the library media specialist, and if I heard you guys correctly, you want to rescind that waiver request. Okay, all right. Just want to clarify that for the record.
And can we get that on the record?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you want to clarify this on the record? That you're
Jennifer Feeney, ICA, will rescind library media specialist licensure and waiver.
Thank you.
Thank you. Waiver topic number 8 is the personnel policies. The committee and the charter seeking to waive Arkansas Code annotated 617-203, 617-205, and we don't have any concerns with that waiver. Waiver topic number 9 is the personnel policies, incorporation into contracts. The charter seeking to waive Arkansas Code annotated 617-204, and we don't have any concerns with that. Waiver topic number 10 is the personnel policies, the grievance procedure. The charter seeking to waive Arkansas Code annotated 617-208 and 617-210, and we don't have any legal concerns with that. Waiver topic number 11, the personnel policies, classified employees. The charter seeking to waive Arkansas Code annotated 617-2301C1 and 617-2301D2, 617-2302, 617-2303, 617-2304, and 617-2305, and we don't have any concerns with that. Waiver topic number 12 is the website posting. The charter seeking to waive Arkansas Code annotated 611-129A1B, and the rules governing documents posted to school district and education service cooperative websites, section 6 only, and we don't have any concerns with that. Waiver topic number 13 is a counselor licensure. And the charter seeking to waive Arkansas Code annotated 618-2003A2A and standard for accreditation 4E1, and we don't have any concerns with that. And if I remember correctly, you guys wanted to add a waiver for transportation. Okay, could you confirm that on the record?
Jennifer Feeney, ICA, we would like to request a transportation waiver.
Thank you.
And that's Arkansas Code annotated 619-101 ETSEC, and we don't have any concerns with that.
And going back to the question on educator licensure, can we get on the record whether or not this this waiver will apply to CTE courses and to other core subject areas?
Jennifer Feeney, ICA. So the primary goal of the waiver will be absolutely for the arts programs, not necessarily CTE or core. There will maybe be a limited situation when we couldn't find somebody for those positions, but the goal will be for the arts programs, not for our math and science and CTE specific courses.
Did you have a follow-up question, Dr. Ratliff-Murray?
So I'm getting stuck on that the goal will be, because then that to me provides the flexibility that then it will happen. So I guess I'm just needing a little bit more information on in what cases or instances would you feel like that you would need to utilize the waiver for, and again, I'm biased to CTE, and then I know there's the question also about core. When would that be the case?
I would say only if we can't find somebody. I mean, a very limited situation. We know in the arts it's going to be a little bit more difficult to find some instructors for some of the specific courses. However, in CTE and our core classes, there are quite a few more teachers to hire in those areas. So I would not see us using that waiver unless you just could not find a staff person to hire that was already certified, because the goal is absolutely to hire certified staff.
And do you mind just kind of giving a little bit more detail on what will be your process to effectively identify individuals that would qualify for those positions?
Yes. So we are really excited to go ahead and get our ICA website running. We want to start that process immediately. We already have our job descriptions primarily written. We'll have to tweak those specifically for some of the CTE courses and core subjects, but we're ready to get those posted and start selecting applicants at this time. It'll be a committee decision. We will work with our board and current staff members to make sure we select individuals, but absolutely looking at hiring already certified staff.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to clarify that the CAP could limit that waiver to those specific teachers if it so chose. So, and I'm done with my legal review. So,
All right.
if
Thank you
y'all
very much.
have any other questions about the legal review?
All right. Thank you.
Morning, Dr. Sutherland, members of the Charter Authorizing Panel, Trip Walter, Staff Attorney, APSRC. I just wanted to provide a little clarity around a couple of the waiver requests that were just discussed by Dr. Feeney. First of all, as to the school counseling plan, just to remind the panel that all that is doing is gives the flexibility, if needed, to hire an unlicensed counselor. It does not mean there is no waiver request for any diminution in the counselor ratio, and the school will provide a complete comprehensive school counseling plan in accordance with statute. As far as the transportation waiver, certainly just want to impress upon the panel that will not include transportation services for students who have transportation services as a related service in their IEP, and those students who are McKinney-Vento students or are homeless and need transportation to get to the school.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll start down here.
So a few things. One, about finding teachers. Other schools in the area have waivers for teachers. To say that there wouldn't be a challenge finding licensed CTE teachers or STEM teachers, I think is very much an understatement. There's a challenge across our entire state to find those teachers. So just wanted to point that out. So a few questions. So the original applications mentions concurrent courses as an opportunity with UA Fort Smith.
Yes.
But in the course codes and course listings, I'm not seeing any course codes for concurrent. So I'm just wondering if there's a plan in place already for those concurrent classes, since those course codes aren't listed in the catalog.
Yes. So we focus primarily on the graduation requirements for the course catalog to start. But our plan is to offer concurrent classes through UAFS, through English, Comp 1, Comp 2, College Algebra Trig, any of the courses that are our first year courses. We also will partner with WOTC through UAFS, so they have opportunity to participate in WOTC, the Peak Center, and all those things that are accredited.
Okay, thank you. And then another question about the HQIM. Two pieces to HQIM. One is the materials, the other piece is training teachers.
Yes.
And I didn't see a plan for professional development for the high-quality instructional materials, which is especially a concern with the licensure waiver and the principal waiver of licensure. So it really concerns me that there's not an instructional leader that's necessarily trained in HQIM, which additionally is part of another question. It says that the principal will be the science of reading assessor, but yet you have a waiver for a principal to even be licensed. So I'm just wondering how all that's going to work. So lots of questions there about HQIM and training.
So the primary goal, again, with hiring a principal or superintendent will be that they are licensed. And the waiver usually do cover for a charter school to have that option for a waiver, but the goal will always be to hire the certified staff over an uncertified staff member. They come with training, they come with science of reading assessor training, and they have the ability to do those things. For the professional development, when I think about high quality instructional materials, the professional development is absolutely something that has to go with it. To just hand those materials to teachers is not fair. You know, the whole idea of high quality instructional materials are that we are highly training our staff members in addition to providing grade level materials for those students to be participating in. So absolutely, we've got to have professional development of those materials. They are not quality materials if we just give it to a teacher.
Okay, because especially I noticed illustrative math, which I think is a
Yes.
great curriculum to use, but it is not a very traditional curriculum.
That's correct,
Someone
yes.
who's not been trained would really struggle to implement that with fidelity.
Absolutely agree with you. I mean, you really can't implement those without professional training by principal, bringing people in to provide that training.
And then my very last question, I'm sorry, but you obviously bring a strong background and knowledge about academics, and you've answered all the questions, but I don't know if you're staying on. How long do you plan to stay on, and how can we ensure sustainability of this academic focus and that it's not lost when you're no longer in the picture if you're not planning on staying on?
So we've discussed this. I have been offered the position. However, since this is not an approved school yet, that's not really something that is really being discussed yet thoroughly. However, even if I am not the head of school, I have agreed to stay on as a consultant well past day one of opening the school. I think that, you know, I live in the River Valley. I grew up in Fort Smith. I live in Van Buren currently, so I'm very invested in that area. I'm invested in the community, so I'm not just, you know, an out-of-stater or a, you know, way on the other side of the state person. I am invested in that area. So I would love to see the school be able to open and be successful, whether I'm the head of school or whether I'm supporting on the outside.
All right, thank you. That's all my questions.
Mr. Baldwin?
Thank you. And I think I had 9 questions that Dory emailed to you guys, and y'all have answered all those. I want to thank you for the hospitality that you showed me when I came to Fort Smith and toured the school. That was helpful to not only see the building, but to also talk to you all about your plans and your vision in the academic curriculum, which was one of my big questions. I think Dr. Finney, your involvement is key, and you know, she did answer all the curriculum questions that I think I had and that we had as a board previously. Mayor McGill, it's great that you joined us by video conference. I appreciate your words, and I think that we have Senator Boyd here also, and appreciate him very much. He was at the walkthrough with us, so there's strong community support.
Yes.
I don't really have any questions. I just wanted to say that we had a chance I think we were there about 2 hours, so I got everything resolved. But I did want to convey to the charter panel that I feel comfortable with where they're at, and I feel like the curriculum, the academic curriculum and standards have been addressed, at least to my satisfaction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Davis?
I want to, first of all, thank you all for putting together, I think, was a really direct presentation that responded to the questions of the panel. And I appreciate, one, the thoroughness, and once again, the directness, and, you know, sort of saying the question asked, here's the question answered. I think that's critically important, and not only clarity, but it also speaks highly on how, you know, folks that are involved with this project plan to operate in partnership with the folks that are really concerned about education in the state of Arkansas. So I really want to elevate that and your thoroughness in doing that. I do want to ask one quick suggestion. I don't want the importance of the arts to get lost in this, and as we think about traditional education metrics, I recognized in the application that the idea of students' post-secondary plans being sort of lumped together. I mean, I might want to suggest that you think about those things separately. So how many students what percentage of students will go off to pursue either additional training, whether that's in colleges and universities focused on the arts or career, versus students that are going to traditional higher education institutions. I think there's something to be said about where your focus is and being able to track that so that we have a clear understanding that this is what the institution is doing for students and families, and this is how students and families are continuing to pursue. So that's more of a suggestion. I do have a question, and folks have asked about what I think is critical, the math and the science, but I'm interested in learning about the identification of individuals of quality in the field of arts that you'll put before students. How are you thinking about that? I know it mentions the idea of local artists and so forth and so on, but can you talk a little bit about the identification, the selection, and what that might mean for students that'll be really pursuing these careers?
Yes, and I think you made a great point about ensuring that we look at each child individually to ensure what they do after high school is focused on, because not all students will go to the arts. Some will take a different avenue. And I think we can do a lot of that with our student success plans that we will have in place starting in ninth grade. As ninth grade is the first year that we would have the students, and really kind of talking each year about how that'll fit in with their career goals. So I think that's a great point. For the arts, we already have the Community School of the Arts, which is just a nonprofit after school. So currently there are arts teachers that are already working through that process and through that Community School of the Arts. So there are already a few people in place. We plan to work with UA Fort Smith to really be able to hopefully bring in some adjunct professors that can bring another layer, more of a college-bound layer for the arts. We want to make sure that our students are exposed to not only local artists, but professional artists and those in the area. We plan to advertise outside of Arkansas in terms of hiring. We want to make sure that we are getting talented individuals that can bring in the creative arts to our school, not just local talent.
Yeah. Follow up on that. Were there any conversations and discussion around artists in residence or anything along those lines? Just out of curiosity and the identification of talent. So the recruitment from outside, or identifying a specific artist to come and providing them with housing for a semester or so that they can sort of add value to what's happening. I don't know if that's been discussed. Not that it needs to be discussed, but just interested as we talk about sort of creating this fullness around where the school is focused.
So have not talked about that, but the whole idea of having maybe a semester course around an artist that comes in from out of state and we really help support that person with lodging or whatever, that's fantastic. I mean, that would be a really great experience for our students and our staff to really have that person come in. If you're not familiar with downtown Fort Smith, there are lots of artists that are coming in and out of the community that don't necessarily live there. So it's really a great opportunity for us to maybe bring in people that are already coming to the area. Mayor McGill has been fantastic in ensuring the arts is growing in downtown Fort Smith. So us working with the mayor to incorporate some of those people already coming in into our school would be fantastic.
Okay. Not once again, there's a lot in opening a school. The last thing you need is someone saying, hey, what about this? What about this?
But it's a great idea.
So please,
it really is.
No need to kind of run with that. There are no further questions from me.
Thank you. Dr. Wright McMurray.
Okay. Again, thank you guys so much for going back and doing some additional work and bringing responses back to us and preparing this information. And to the Fort Smith community, as an Air Force brat, I'm extremely excited to hear great things happening at the Air Force Base. So I think that is going to be great for your community. I do have a couple of questions, and the first one is just more of a clarification and something that you said. So you said this is our transportation plan for the first year. So is there a different plan that's going to happen as the charter moves forward, or was this just a one-year deal? I mean, what is the expectation for the public transportation to be used for students to come to and from the school?
So we plan to provide those passes, each year moving forward. Ideally, in a perfect world, we would like to have our own busing system to really get out there and bring students in. The first year we know we can't afford to have that option on the table, honestly. So finances will dictate after year one whether or not we will be able to provide transportation outside of the city transportation.
Thank you for that. Second question, looking at the CTE courses that you've chosen to offer, can you give me a little bit more detail on how you landed on those specific pathways?
So when we have our school, each of our schools has a focus, whether it's dance, theater, AV. So when we looked at what courses we were already planning to offer in terms of schools, we started looking at our CTE courses and the standards aligned to it. And former CTE teacher, I was really surprised that there were so many courses within CTE that were already aligned to so many options that we have in the arts. That was never a connection I made, and my training wasn't CTE. So the way we did it, we looked at standards, we looked at what course descriptions there were, and then we looked at what we were planning to offer to try to marry those two together so that we would have a robust program, but also a program meeting all of our CTE needs.
Did you guys have an opportunity to get any community feedback, look at any labor market data to see if that was going to be a good selection of choices? Did you get a chance to look at previous student success plans to see if the student interest was going to be there? Just can you give me a little bit more detail? Because again, once you get the pathway started in students, you want to make sure that you're going to have students that are going to be able to move through all the levels of courses. So just trying to get a sense of that, and then will there be those connective pieces in the community that can support that work?
Yes, so we cannot look at their student success plans because we don't have the students yet to look at. That would be great if we can. However, for us, I know Mayor McGill has already discussed he wants to come in and be part of the AV technology part, come in and have an option to do that. But as far as offering CTE courses, we wanted to make sure we were offering something that not every high school in the area was offering. We wanted something that really brought us to look a little bit different than your local schools. I know Fort Smith has a great CTE program already embedded, Greenwood, Van Buren, but the classes they don't have are some of the CTE courses that we've selected. So we want to make sure that we have something that sets us apart from these other high schools and is a part of the CTE program of study.
And you feel like the facilities that you guys have will support your culinary arts program?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And then this one last question. Kind of connecting back to Mr. Davis's question, it relates to career planning for these students, because again, we know that when we're talking about going into the arts, that there is different conversations that need to take place as relates to, especially when we're talking about students moving through their high school experience and having opportunities to connect with industry partners and having that ability to really understand what the next steps look like for them. So I guess just wanted to get a little bit more detail on how you guys anticipate or see that taking place, because that is going to be a huge piece for students that do choose to pursue the arts upon graduation, is making sure that things are more specific to their needs and not the traditional going to a four-year institution and pursuing something like a business or something like that.
I think for us, the focus will be on the student success plan. Really, day one, having students start working on that student success plan so that we have an idea of what are their aspirations after high school. We don't want to assume they want to go to the arts. They may want to go to medical school, and I think it's important, we have that advisory plan in place where we have advisory every day. We have the coordinator of support services. We want to make sure that we're providing a wraparound type service for all of these students so that, for example, if they don't want to go into the arts and they have a different plan, maybe they want to just go to work. Maybe they want to go to a four-year school. Maybe they want to go to 8 years of school and continue on. We want to make sure that we know these students as individuals, and we don't just assume that because they're enrolled in an arts high school that will be their primary focus when they leave. And that goes down to having advisory every day, having a counselor highly involved, and having that coordinator of support services there to really support these students in that process.
Thank you. I did have a comment from one of our panelists online that I just wanted to put out there, and that is she just wanted to make sure that you understood that there's no special education licensure waiver, so there's no way that you can get a waiver for that. So just to put that on the record. I do want to say that I'm impressed with where you were, like what, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, and where you are now. It's a big shift. So yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions? there are not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the Institute for the Creative Arts Charter application as presented.
A second.
Okay, so Mr. Baldwin has made the motion, and it was seconded by Dr. Moore and Mr. Davis. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We'll take just a few minutes to fill out our voting sheets, and we will get back with you in just a few minutes. All right, we'll start down here with Dr. Wright McMurray.
I voted for. I support the Institute for Creative Arts application. I'm excited about the opportunity for students interested in the arts to have access to an academic and CTE-focused education. This will serve as a great resource for these gifted students and allow them to explore their talents. I look forward to hearing about the progress and outcomes of this model.
Mr. Davis?
I support the charter application for the Institute for Creative Arts. The opportunity to add an additional school model to the community is a value add for families and students in an ever-emerging field in the state.
Thank you. Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, I vote in favor of the charter application. The Creative Arts Charter School will provide a quality and unique education for students and will be an asset for the Fort Smith community.
Dr. Moore?
I voted for. I support the charter application for the Institute for Creative Arts in Fort Smith. The robust learning opportunities for fine arts was clearly apparent in the original plan and presentation and much needed in the area, and the follow-up presentation provided needed details related to core academics. In a fine arts focused high school, several students may desire to pursue post-secondary education at universities that require rigorous academic preparation. I encourage partnership with APSRC for PD on the implementation of HQIM.
Thank you very much. And then I voted for. I support the charter application for the Institute of the Creative Arts. I can tell that the feedback was internalized and reflected upon, and I'm excited about the direction of the school and look forward to what it has in store for the students of Arkansas. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. We just really appreciate it. Okay, now we have one request. We want all of you, since Mr. Baldwin has been up for a visit, we want all of you to come visit. I hope you will.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you very much. We're so excited.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Summons.
Okay. Responsive Education, Arkansas Premier High School of Arkansas is requesting to, number one, add 2 campuses to the charter in the Fayetteville and Russellville communities, and number 2, increase the enrollment cap from 975 students to 1,225 students to reflect expansion. The new campuses will have the following enrollment cap in each building. In the Fayetteville campus, it will be 175 students, and Russellville is 75 students. The charter was asked to provide additional information, so we have Mr. Dennis Felton Jr. here on behalf of Premier.
All right, thank you very much. Will everyone who is going to speak on behalf of the charter please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you very much. You may begin.
Good morning. Thanks for having us back this morning. We just want to thank, I know we've worked with the department, the charter school office, and Dr. Sutherland, your team, as well as individuals like APSRC in helping us get the data to be able to kind of tell our story. And so some of the information you've heard this morning, I've shared in a previous hearing, and then we've added data to help tell our story as requested from the panel. I'm Dennis Felton. I serve as the State Director of Premier High Schools here in Arkansas. We have our team here as well. I'm not going to go through all the individuals, but we continue to have our team to help support the day-to-day operations of the schools that we serve here in Arkansas, and excited about keep adding the expertise to the team, as well as being able to expand in those roles to be able to support schools. Here today, we are requesting to add an additional campus in Russellville, Arkansas, as well as Fayetteville, Arkansas, and then increasing our enrollment cap from 975 to 1225 to be able to reflect that expansion. At Premier, we still continue to provide hope for students through a caring, mastery-based blended learning option that promotes a free society and cultivates moral and academic excellence. We continue to serve a very unique student population. Students who are seeking for a smaller environment, personalized learning approach, students who have disengaged from the traditional high school setting. Some students who have already dropped out of high school to get them back engaged. Students who are working full-time in the community, and students who are already parents in the community as well. Here I've added some data, kind of gives you a picture of the poverty at each campus as well as our at-risk population, and you can see that Premier continues to serve a high poverty and high at-risk student population. In Arkansas, we're currently serving in Little Rock Community, North Little Rock Community, Springdale, Fort Smith, Texarkana, and Premier High School online. We're seeking to add 2 campuses, one in Russellville and one in Fayetteville for the 24-25 school year. As far as the district structure goes, the Premier High Schools of Arkansas entails Premier High School Little Rock, Premier High School Fort Smith, Premier High School Texarkana, and Premier High School Online. With the addition of the 2 campuses, we will add Premier High School of Fayetteville and Premier High School of Russellville under the Premier High Schools of Arkansas umbrella. Here you see a breakdown of our average daily membership per campus, and We're excited that the campuses we've launched, even in Fort Smith, Texarkana, are continuing to see growth and interest in those campuses as well. Here I just kind of show where we had our current enrollment cap and how many students we have in that current school. And if you remember, I know Dr. Sutherland is around, we kind of walked those enrollment caps back to make sure that we wasn't asking for too many seats and it was more aligned to the enrollment that we have. And so you see here where we went to get to 1225 is just adding the Russellville and the Fayetteville campus enrollment caps. Looking at 22-23 school year, we awarded 129 high school diplomas. 42 of those students were dropout recovery students, 35 early graduates, 25 students earned industry-based certifications, 65 students earned credit through our JAG program, 34 students participate in our work-based learning program, 32 community service learning hours, and then just added that note in our graduation, across 6 graduations, over 1,800 attendees. Here we have our average daily attendance breakdown by each campus as well. It continues to be a target for us because we know a lot of our students that come to us have already struggled with the engagement. They've struggled with attendance, and so our campuses are also working with the staff and students to develop student attendance incentive plans to be able to kind of drive that engagement. Just added some data here. Just wanted to note, you can see we continue to strive to get our engagement up on our state assessment. And so you can see campuses a few years ago, just like Little Rock and North Little Rock, were testing about 50 to 55%, and most of the premier high school are testing either almost at 90% or above 90% in testing. And in virtual, of course, we're learning. The virtual testing is not as easy as brick and mortar, and continue to develop ways to be able to get those kids tested and on site and get that taken care of as well. Here's a list of our overall ESSA index score by each school, and as well as our high school added the high school value added growth from the 22-23 school year as well. And as you know, campuses like Fort Smith, Texarkana, Springdale, they were recently opened, so we don't have that data for some of those years. This is a comparison. We thought it'd be interesting to show the panel. When you look at Premier High Schools, which is a school that doesn't receive a letter grade, in comparison to the other schools in Arkansas do not receive a letter grade. When you look at the overall ESSA index score, it seems like Premier is either performing equivalent or a little bit better than those. And just 2 disclaimers, I do have Cabot Panther Academy down here. They actually go down to grade 5, so it does mix middle school in there as well. And ALPS, which is kind of serves as a school of innovation as well as ALE program in Fayetteville. Here we have our graduation rate for when you look at North Little Rock's 42%, Little Rock's 40%, Springdale 72%, and then you compare those graduation rates amongst the other schools that don't receive a letter grade. Once again, it seems like Premier is perform either equivalent or better than some of those schools. I wanted to highlight, we're partnering with the state in the peer grant program. And so one of the things that we're doing in the peer grant program is being able to set NWA MAP goals. We like that interim assessment, knowing that we have a large number of our students come to us that are a couple grade levels behind. And so the MAP allows us to kind of measure 1 year's growth and be able to determine where those kids came to us and then where they were at the end of the year. That's our NWA MAP Little Rock math growth. This is our North Little Rock reading growth from the 21-22 school year, 22-23 school year. And so then we're a mastery-based model. Students have to score 70 or above to even go to the next unit. And then after you complete 5 units, you're able to earn your half a credit, and then the additional 5 units, you're able to earn your whole credit if it's a whole credit course. And so here you see a breakdown of the mastery of units from the 22-23 school year for each campus. So then we also pulled our course completions. We talked a lot about students completing courses, and some of these students that have previously dropped out of high school leaving high school without a high school diploma because they haven't completed certain courses. And so here we took the breakdown on the different course completions for each campus as well, which, of course, equivalents to credit. We threw some CT data here as well, so you look at it from the 22-23 school year and the students that participate in industry-based certifications. And then compare that to our 23-24 school year. So you can see we continue to develop more partnerships. We can see an interest in students engaged in industry-based certifications. And our goal, and I know we've set this goal in our charter, is that every graduate would also leave high school with a high school diploma as well as an industry-based certification. And so things we've been working on behind the scenes is working on our RTI program to be able to strengthen our performance in areas like reading and math. We're seeing those growths in assessments like NWA MAP, but we also want to see those results on the state assessment. We've worked to target goals to be able to increase the graduation rate, looking at our baseline data, as well as our student attendance and on-time credits. As well as looking at those seniors and those grade point averages, getting students to take the ACT assessment, getting students the preparation and workshops they need for that assessment, and then also making sure students get those computer science credit and community service learning hours. So one of the things we want to keep trying to do is our attendance recovery program and attendance incentive plan. We want to be able to continue to recruit dropouts and get them a high school diploma and an industry-based certification. We want to strengthen our targeted instruction using our MAP, NWA MAP data, as well as our unit test data, and our state assessment data to really have teachers have more data-driven instruction to kind of close those learning gaps. And then to continue to provide that one-on-one small group and personalized approach, and then embed that with our character education and social emotional learning approach. We want to continue to support our schools, and so we've partnered with APSRC to provide our schools with literacy coaches and literacy specialists. Me and speaking to our principals and speaking to them as well, seems like some really good support and work that's being done within the schools to help teachers, to help kids. And then continue to practice professional learning communities where everybody in the building, since we are small, we are singletons, to get those individuals all working towards a common goal, all talking about the school-wide issues, and then putting a plan together that they address it together. And then that comes through your norms, your collective commitments, and your goals that are set. Continue to try to invest in our district support with our district team, with also partnering with education consultants to come in to help us with leadership and instructional coaching as well. We did seek some feedback from our parents, and 80% of our parents believe our purpose statement is clearly focused on student success. Parents feel like they have a voice in school decisions, they have a say-so. And parents also satisfy the level of communication relationships between students and teachers, as well as parents and principal. Just some quotes we pulled directly from our parents that were able to have a kind of open response. It's just showing that a lot of our parents, sometimes is this their last hope. For some of our parents and students, it gives them opportunities they didn't have in maybe their previous setting or maybe in their local community. And so we appreciate our parents for our support and the comments they made towards the work that we're doing. Just wanted to share, kind of putting you in the day of a couple of Premier students. We had one student that was 19 years old, as a teen parent, enrolled in Premier after dropping out of high school, 21-20 school year, and that later would graduate in May and enroll in Pulaski Tech. We have another student that had actually dropped out of school during COVID and had to return to school, and that student was not only able to get back in Premier, earn a high school diploma, but also leave with a CNA license and able to enter the workplace immediately. And then we had another student that was incarcerated 6 months prior to being enrolled in Premier. And then this student is one of those students that, yeah, they've gotten behind within that year. That student was not only able to earn credit was supposed to earn, but we saw huge gains in reading and math performance as well. So we want to continue when we look at Fayetteville and Russellville as a part of our 5-year plan that's written through our CSP grants to improve student outcomes by improving student experience and then trying to sustain a high quality model here in Arkansas. And so at Premier, we continue to want to provide personalized learning approach, engage in CT programs and industry-based certifications, help students with post-secondary planning as well as concurrent credit opportunities, providing summer enrichment and intervention program, and providing that flexibility for students that need help in those non-traditional hours. So while Russellville and Fayetteville, as we go into these communities, we continue to see a lot of parent interest and community interest in this type of model. People have heard about the work that Premier does because we've had an impact on different communities in Arkansas. And so continue to provide an intervention for those students at risk of dropping out of high school or who've dropped out of high school. Students looking for that flexibility in a smaller school setting, as well as being able to maybe take on some of the tasks that they have as parents or as full-time employees in the community. And then partnering. We think the heart of our work, that what we do is partnering with other nonprofits that serve an at-risk population. And so you think about your shelters, or you have your programs that are geared for at-risk teens. We've seen those people to be huge partners in the community, because sometimes they know about these kids because they've already left the school district, but they're still in the community and they're working with those individuals. We're excited about the partnerships to potentially have with Arkansas Tech University Career Center, Northwest Arkansas Community College, APS, NWTI, who we currently have a partnership with Springdale. And so you can even see when you look at the campus size compared to a Premier High School in comparison to a Russellville High School, or the size of a Premier High School and compare it to a Fayetteville High School. And so to provide an alternate education option with an innovative academic model in Washington and Polk County. These areas were identified as we worked through our CSP grant, as well as opportunity zones to be able to help a community in need as identified by the IRS, and looking at the community partners. And so you see, we've continued to try to engage with those that work with delinquent juveniles. We continue to try to engage with the local public schools as much as we can, even local public charter schools, because at the end of the day, we just want to save more students. Long term, you can see where we do plan to consolidate our other Premier High Schools under this district in Arkansas, as well as add 2 additional charters. You see where we have the 2026 goal of having the 8 school, which would include Russellville and Fayetteville, and then potentially by 2028, having 10 Premier High Schools across the state of Arkansas. We want to continue to build relationships with community partners in the local school districts, continue to strive to meet all of our charter goals that's outlined to you all in the state of Arkansas, and provide quality assurance and adequate support for our schools that's located throughout Arkansas. Both of these schools were awarded $1.4 million in CSP federal grants, as going back to those opportunity zones. So we're excited to be able to have that grant to put emerging technology in students' hands, to be able to provide curriculum to students, to be able to get all the instructional supplies we need to get the school off and running, and then most importantly, to provide those innovative things through the grant as well. Here I just kind of got a timeline. Of course, for those who know, this is recently submitted, so I'm a little bit off at this point on my timeline, but we're in the process of basically finalizing facility and then facility renovations that's needed, and then, of course, going through all the inspection permits process to get the building ready for next August. Ultimately, we think parents, students, and the community would benefit from this. Additional seats in these communities will give parents another option, will give them a smaller option, will give them an option that we've seen to be successful in other communities across the state and have an impact in other areas in the state of Arkansas. Also, just want to throw in there that often when we're looking at this population we serve, there's a lot of finance that's involved with it as well. And so you even see in here what high school graduates on average can earn, up to $9,200 more a year than a high school dropout. There's more statistics there talking about lifetime earnings, as well as the incarceration rate and the number of individuals incarcerated that without having a high school diploma. And so we hope to think that, we're not only living out our mission and vision, but really being an asset to the community. So we're excited this year. We're celebrating 10 years in serving the state of Arkansas. Just 10 years ago, we graduated just 10 kids. awarded over 150 high school diplomas, and then looking at more than 300 graduates to date. Just revisiting again, we're seeking to add a premier high school in Russellville and Fayetteville for the 24-25 school year, increasing the enrollment cap to reflect that expansion. At Premier High School, we continue to keep students at the forefront of our mind and trying to be responsive to the needs of the communities in Arkansas. Thank you, Dr. Sullivan.
Thank you. Dr. Wright McMurray.
Thank you for your presentation and going to work on some pieces that were requested by the panel. I do have a couple of questions on just clarification on some of your data pieces, and I'm trying to reconcile what I have here and then what may be up there, so I may have an old version, so I'm hoping that's not the case. So looking at the course completions for Springdale, and it looks like from what I can see that there was about the dip from 2021, 22 to 22, 23 for the course completions for credit.
I was trying to get my slide back, but I got it right here. I don't know why it's.
And my slides aren't numbered, so I'm sorry.
While he's looking, can you tell us what those numbers were and where you see that dip?
So what I'm looking at is, so previous year was 1,065, and then it goes to 640.
Mm-hmm.
So just trying to get a sense of any explanation on that big of a drop from year to year for that specific school.
What I would say is it probably has to do with enrollment. I know enrollment does change year to year, and you're saying the previous year had more, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what I would probably contribute to
Like
enrollment.
almost 400 more, and then there's like a decline of like for the next year, like less, like almost 400. So I was just trying to get a sense. And then while we're still on that same school, so then I was looking at your the certifications that were earned, and so for that same school, 22-23 academic year was 0.
So that's
I'm trying to figure out what's going on at Springdale's campus to where there was a huge drop in the course completions, and then also in that same school there wasn't any certifications earned. And I guess what kind of stuck out to me is when I was looking at Fort Smith, which was not open the previous year, it actually outpaced Springdale, which had been open the previous year. So it actually had 3 students that earned certifications. So I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with Springdale.
So, in speaking to the certifications, we did just recently partner with NWTI. If you guys remember, Springdale hasn't been open long at all as well. And sometimes in these communities, we want to expedite and get these partnerships off the ground and running as soon as possible. A lot of times it doesn't always line up like that. And so we were able to get NWTI, get an MOU going with them, and we do have students enrolled in industry-based certifications. We were not successful last year, but we were successful in partnering with NWTI for the East program, which wouldn't register here on this industry-based certification. So we didn't get to the industry-based certification part until this school year right here. So last year they didn't earn any.
So are you saying that your enrollment at Springdale drastically decreased from academic year 22 to academic year 23? Is that the explanation for the large drop in course completion?
No, and I don't want to give an explanation that's not data driven. Me looking at those two numbers, I was just speculating, saying that each year the enrollment does change depending on the students enrolled and grade levels, and so I was saying it could be something with the enrollment, some kind of correlation with the enrollment, but I had to look into it deeper to see what would be the difference in the completion.
Aaron Duval, CTE Director. So Springdale, Mr. Felton talked about our East partnership with them. We didn't have any students who wanted to go to NWTI. And so to rectify that, we did an end-of-the-year field trip to NWTI, trying to show the kids what's available to them. And so this year, we do have 3 or 4 students there. We're really trying to strengthen that partnership for this year and the years to come in Springdale.
So I guess that brings me another question. So it is dependent upon whether or not students want to go to NWTI, whether or not you're going to have any certifications at all for your students, or I'm just trying to get a sense of that process.
For the CT certifications, for the IBCs are offered at NWTI, correct. So if we don't have students who are going there, on campus we offer internships. So we do more of the work-based learning than we do the CT pathways. So if you looked at the internship, there were a lot of students who earned the internships at our campuses. All of those came from Springdale because we did have, I think, 28 students enrolled in internships there.
And so just as a point of information, our goal and desire is that students that are enrolled in our CTE pathways in with some type of certification in CTE. So when I see that there's 0, that kind of gives me a bit of pause.
Yes, and that's why we've really tried to strengthen that partnership with them, showing kids what's available to them, saying we can transport you here. This is an option for you, morning, PM session, and so that's why we've really tried to strengthen that, because we've identified that as well, and hopefully we have fixed that for this year.
Can I, before you, and I'll turn the mic back over to you, but it's on that same point. Am I to assume that with an expansion to Fayetteville, that same process would be with NWTI? Okay, so this is, we've seen this happen in Springdale. It potentially can be an issue with the Fayetteville campus as well, because that's where the partnership would be.
Well, we wouldn't think it'd be an issue. Hopefully we fix this, right? We understand what we need to do to get kids involved in this, in CTE. And that's to show the kids what we're talking about. We can present, say, oh, you have an opportunity to do blank, blank, blank. But kids don't quite understand that until they go there and see, oh wow, I could be a diesel mechanic. I can actually become a welder right here, and we show them what's available. So we think we've remedied that situation.
Dr. Murray, because the same question, could you go to the slide that has this, because that slide's not in our slides, because I had that same question, and could you go back to that slide that shows course completion?
And as you're going back there, so again, just another point of information, or just so have there been any conversations about utilizing like the ACT work keys, or allowing students to earn CRC so they would have an opportunity to, because beyond going to NWTI, there should be other options that your campus has available. Students should be able to earn a certification.
Correct. And so to strengthen that, one thing we did do is partner, not exactly a CT pathway, but we did partner with business and industry training. So we do have 3 students who are currently in more of a trade school while they're in high school. And then we have implemented work keys, and we're rolling that out this school year. We plan on, while the work keys assessment is technically optional, right? We're not making that optional. We're going to administer the work keys assessment to all of our students, and we are going to take them through the work keys curriculum as part of our college career readiness course.
So you say it's optional for?
It's not optional.
Okay.
We will, all of our students will take the work keys assessment this year.
Okay, because we're not looking at it in CT as being optional.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So I pulled the numbers, that's why I wanted to go back to this, off the ADE My School info, and the Springdale campus in 21-22 had enrollment of 50 students, and in 22-23 had enrollment of 94 students. So it actually had almost twice as many students, yet the course completions were tremendously less. So that's very counterintuitive why you would have half the number of students, or twice as many students, and almost like half the course completions. So that is an area of concern why they did not complete courses.
Is there? I guess I'm just trying to get. Have you guys had any discussions as you have looked at this data that can be shared on why you may think that this is the case from one year to the next? There is such a huge drop for course completions, because again, this would be something I think would be of huge importance to move students forward. So I'm just wondering what conversations you guys may have had when you looked at this data.
I'll say we have had some conversations. I think those conversations has led to appropriate decisions that have to be made as well. We're excited in the direction that we're going in Springdale. So we've had some staffing changes on that campus. We've addressed some issues as far as model implementation and doing things the premier high school way. I think this team, we're excited about the new staff and leadership that we have on that campus. And so I would say there have been more than even conversations had it, because we had to make certain decisions to make sure that this campus is going in the right direction as well.
And I'd like to note too that the presentation that we have online has completely different numbers for 22, 23 than what are listed here, because I had a specific question about North Little Rock and the 2,681 course completions in relation to the peer grant, where there was no award for growth, but they had the highest number of completions for courses. So can you kind of talk me through that one?
Yeah, and I want to say North Little Rock had the highest enrollment last year as well. And here is our mastery of units. So this includes any course subject, math, English, health, the electives, any course that students completed. In NWA MAP, we're measuring math and reading. And so where North Little Rock didn't get the growth from the fall to the winter, they did the growth from the winter to the spring. And then Little Rock got the growth from fall to winter as well as winter to spring.
Okay.
And if I'm being honest, y'all, we were pulling data to help once again, kind of tell the story through our model of students completing units, students earning credit in order to be able to earn the high school diploma. And then the reason why we pulled NWA MAP, we're working with the state. We have to set very rigorous goals for NWA MAP, and then we have to meet those goals to be able to even include it in that incentive. And so we appreciate that work too, because it's a good interim assessment of what we're doing in a year's time.
Mr. Baldwin?
So looking at the poverty rates, and you did a good job, I think, of walking us through those for Little Rock, Fort Smith, and Texarkana. Little Rock's 100%, Fort Smith is 70%, and Texarkana is 41%. As you move into Fayetteville and Russellville, do you see those schools serving the same level of poverty that you serve elsewhere? And I guess the concern I would have would be, depending on where you locate your school, I know you don't have necessarily spots yet, but Fayetteville is a fairly wealthy community in a lot of spots, not in all spots. And Russellville is the same way, so they're different. It's a different environment maybe. So I guess the question is your intent to continue to serve high poverty communities, and how do you intend to do that in Fayetteville and Russellville?
So our intent is to continue to serve a high poverty, higher risk population. A lot of that does go into the location of the school, we would think. And so you guys heard me talk about that opportunity zone. There are certain areas where they've been identified that have high poverty population that we're targeting as far as the location of the school. And then, of course, through our recruitment efforts, typically once this population finds out about a school like Premier, not that, I had to be careful here, not that we're just literally going out to all kids that are poor and at risk, but when you have conversations with people that work with those students and we target to try to get those students involved, I think that's where you continue to see the trend, even in a community like Fayetteville.
Well, I encourage you to do that, because there's a lot of charter schools out there that are coming online that will not necessarily focus on the poverty community. And then the other comment I would say is that you all look at your growth plans in the future past this request. Look at South Arkansas and East Arkansas, because there's a lack of charter schools in those areas, and someone needs to take some responsibility. And your model seems to be geared towards that.
Mr. Davis, did you have any other questions?
I do. It appears
So there are two things we're talking about, right? We're talking about the idea of the expansion into two other communities, an additional community, to your point, Baldwin, in Northwest Arkansas, and the enrollment cap. And so my questions around the enrollment cap. All schools currently are under one charter, is that correct?
Right now, I have 3 different charters. North Little Rock is by itself, Springdale is by itself, and then I think we're going to try to bring that slide back up.
Yeah.
But Fort Smith, Texarkana, online, and the virtual school are under one district. That would be the district that Fayetteville and Russellville would be under.
Okay.
And then we'll be here, back here soon, because we're going to be merging North Little Rock under that district as well. Then the last addition will be Springdale.
Can you talk to me a little bit about how I guess the pluses and minuses around the enrollment cap? So based upon the enrollment cap and the number that you presented of individuals that are currently enrolled, there appears to be adequate space if you were to be under one charter for, if the expansions were to happen, for a Fayetteville and a Russellville under the total number now. So isn't the easier approach just to solidify districts under one charter that will then give you the expansion that is needed if approved to do so in regards to the enrollment cap?
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure I understand your question correctly. So you're saying if I went ahead and merged all of them now.
So for example, you're asking to go from the 875 to the 12, right? Y'all pardon me on my math here. All right. You're asking to go from the 875 to the 12 with the current enrollment of 513. If you were to add the 175 for Fayetteville, and then you were to add the Russellville, you're still not at the 12, whatever you're asking for, what you currently have, right? Your current enrollment cap is 875. You're still not at that 875, right?
Yeah.
So I'm asking, why not just consolidate under one charter, which then solves, you then have the enrollment cap space. Am I right in that?
Yeah, and I want to just back up. We don't have any issue with it. Previous leadership, you guys remember Ms. Kaufman, what she wanted us to do is be able to, instead of just saying, we're going to enroll this many kids in the district, she's like, no, I need you to put a cap on each building, and then that cap is going to represent the district's cap. But us, we don't have a problem with having that 875, and as long as we're within that 875, and when we get there, we need to get more seats coming back. We were just only going off the guidance of the panel at the time.
And where my concern is, and this is, traditionally we've seen enrollment caps lifted based upon demand and need. And when I look at the numbers that are currently presented here, there is not one institution that is currently at the enrollment cap that's there. So the idea of adding additional seats when the current seats in each location have not been filled is hard for me to wrap my head around.
I got a question there for clarification. Does the charter have the discretion to be able, so we're sitting here, we're looking at these building caps, and then we have the 875. If we have the ability to enroll up to 875 and per campus, it doesn't matter what the cap is to be per campus, I think we can do that without a problem at all.
Well, I think what Mr. Davis is saying, and maybe I'm wrong, but
if it's good, I'm saying it. If it's not, you're wrong.
Okay. Is you could take some of those numbers from your other campuses and filter those into new campuses, and not necessarily have just the 875 as a blanket number, but rather shift around some of those other numbers because they're not at maximum yet.
Tell me this, would I need approval to move that number around?
That would be part of the amendment, yeah.
Okay.
But then that way we're not lifting a cap. Right. So it's hard for me to wrap my head around additional seats when there's availability within your current cap. So that's a bit challenging for me. And then the other thing I will say, I have some real concerns about the lack of alignment, consistency, and or integrity around the data that's being presented. I'm not saying it's you, not saying it's the department, but there appears to be these questions around the data and ensuring that the data is saying what we need it to say in order to make this decision.
And I will say that the data that Dr. Moore presented is provided by the charter itself, so they input all of that data.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I just want to be clear, what you're saying is the data that has been identified is the data that has been provided by the charter, and we are to assume that the data that's presented here is also the data that's provided by the charter. So there's some
Correct.
sort of misalignment in regards to what's in the system and what's being presented. So just FYI on that, which makes it a little complicated to then be able to provide full support when the data doesn't appear to be aligned. Specifically, more concerning is if it's coming from the same place.
I only shared the enrollment. I didn't share anything about course completion.
Right.
So, and that did not have anything, like, it wasn't necessarily discrepantant in that.
Okay.
I was just
My
pointing-
question, sorry.
Yes.
My question was more about the course completion and the drop there. And so just kind of going along with that, my concern with that is that there is that huge drop, but I didn't really hear the plan to address that. And so that's where I kind of have challenges. And then saying, okay, well, then I'm okay with you doing these additional things if we haven't figured out what's happening there. So
Now, I don't mind to speak
that
to.
question was more mine. I don't think that was Dr. Moore's question.
And I don't mind to speak to that plan. And so we had.
And I'm sorry, and I don't know
Okay.
if you were done with your questions. I think we just kind of, took over your whole section.
No, that's fine. I think I've gotten some additional clarity, and yes, I'm okay. Please address.
I was just going to say, so yes, we have discussions. We knew a lot of us about training in the Premier model and providing additional support. So we talked about those literacy coaches coming in. We did make some leadership changes on that campus as well as some personnel changes. We've provided the training. We got support. We've also engaged with a leadership consultant that's working with the principal there, as well as our instructional coaching as well. So we're excited about the plans that we have. I'll tell you, I've seen it. We've observed some changes. Our enrollment has dropped just a little bit on that campus, but I like to speak that the good work is being done and work with integrity. So,
I'm sorry, I do have one additional question, and it gets to what Mr. Baldwin was speaking about. This idea of 2 campuses in Northwest Arkansas. How did you come to that decision, particularly in 2 communities that are adjacent to each other, right? So it's not as if, we're talking Fayetteville and then Bentonville. I mean, we're talking two communities adjacent to each other, particularly when your current location still has availability. So how did that decision get made in regards to Fayetteville?
So when we look at Fayetteville, it's your satellite campus. We look at Springdale as kind of being your big main hub campus. As we've seen the interest from the Fayetteville community and engage with people around there about what we're doing in Springdale, we seem to like it made a whole lot of sense. And so just to kind of reiterate, these are satellite campuses.
Any other questions, Mr. Davis? Dr. Moore?
So I echo similar concerns that Dr. Wright McMurray had regarding the drop in course completions. That's a concern. And I'm wondering about transportation. If transportation is at the responsibility of the individual student to get to the campus?
So we have some campuses that we are providing transportation. The campuses that we don't provide transportation, we're partnering with the city transportation, and most of our schools are right there. We have a route, and so we give them free bus passes to get to and from.
Is that what Fayetteville and Russellville will be?
Most likely, yes. Now, Springdale, we have a bus, and so we'll be able to provide transportation, but Russellville looking at partnering.
Okay. And then I'm also wondering how that works with their partnership. Like if you're trying to get to NWTI, there's quite a distance between Fayetteville and NWTI, and even more so to NWAC. So I'm just wondering how those opportunities for CTE is, like if you're looking at often lower income students who how are they going to get to that secondary career center? Because so often our public schools that are not charters may provide transportation buses, so I know that's an additional challenge. So I'm just wondering what thought has gone into that. And that may be
And I can speak to that if you want to add anything, Duval, but we are providing transportation to NWTI as well as the other partners we have in that community.
You will be providing transportation?
We do. We currently provide transportation.
Okay. All right. And then along those same notes, I know this is saying Fayetteville. Are students from like surrounding communities like Greenland and Farmington, although their poverty rates aren't as high, they're only like 5 or 6 miles down the road, and they have some students who may benefit from this as well. Are they allowed to come, or is it just for Fayetteville?
They are. We'll be open
School
enrollment, so us trying to hang out in that South Fayetteville area, you're talking about kind of the more impoverished area, we're hoping to be able to attract some individuals and make it more accessible as well for that population.
Okay. And then what's your average age of students in Springdale? Do you have any idea? I know that's totally like random, throwing it out there. I'm just curious, since you have so many students who may be returning to school. Do you have any idea?
No, I don't know that off the top of my head, the average age.
Okay. Well, I would just encourage, and I'm sure Aaron probably knows this, we partner a lot on different CTE type things, but it is National Apprenticeship Week, and I think these students may be just like perfect candidates to do pre-apprenticeships, enroll into apprenticeships, and do the earn while you learn model, so they can get a step ahead and they're getting paid while they do it. So that may be, since you're struggling on some of the CTE programs as they finish, they'd be really great to roll into apprenticeships.
I'll tell you something else I can add. We're really excited. We just started the East Initiative in Springdale, and so we haven't piloted that in other premier high schools, and so I'm excited to see that opportunity for students. It's also opened the door for a lot of community partnerships as well, and so we launched that this year, and so if any of y'all do get a chance to visit their campus, we're excited to show you the East Lab, and the students are very prideful of the work they're doing in the East Lab on that campus.
And then for the apprenticeship part, really excited in the Russellville community, the new Carpentry Millwright Center. Talked to Brian, and he's excited to partner with us with that as well. And so, you know, we're ready to rock and roll with that in the Russellville area, as well as the Tech Career Center too, with Pat Edmonds is all on board. So I'm excited about those types of opportunities as well. And you're exactly right with the pre-apprenticeship model, and that's why we really try to push the work-based learning part, because a lot of our students, that's where, I mean, they need the job, they need work. And so as you know, the CT programs, that's one side of it, but the apprenticeships and the work-based learning is probably more in tune with what our students need.
Well, and I did notice, and it made me, Dr. Wright McMurray, I'm sure the JAG numbers were notable, so applaud you on how many students you have enrolled in JAG, and I could see that could be much higher even.
Yes, for sure. Thank you.
One of the things I wanted to add too, Mr. Duval has worked hard. For those of me with Be Pro, Be Proud, you want to speak to some of that on that? We're excited. Each school this year is going to be participating in that draft day, and for those that may not know about it, it's pretty much a lot of industry partners in the community. Our seniors have opportunity to not only engage and learn some of these, interview skill setting, learning information about trades, but we're hoping a lot of our seniors leave that draft day with a job. And so we're excited. I think Russellville this year, Little Rock, Fort Smith. And so we're excited to be engaged in that process as well, and really feel like it's going to give our students a leg up that are seniors looking for employment opportunities.
That's all my questions.
Any other questions?
And actually, not that this decision, it's obviously, I don't think it's a decision that should be made now. It should be in conversation between the department and the school in regards to that enrollment cap and what might be best. So if that's something that I think everyone could sort of coordinate around, I mean, obviously, I see some positives around keeping those charters separate, but I also see some complications around it as well. So I just think there needs to be some conversation about what's the best approach and how the department thinks about how they would like individuals to move forward and what's best in that aspect.
And I think, from the department's perspective, I think what we are trying to do is get them under that one umbrella. But I think in Premier's case, they have grants that are still outstanding with North Little Rock and with Springdale, right?
Just Springdale now. So
Okay.
we're going to be working with you and Dory's office. Literally, we just decided like last week that North Little Rock would not have to do a renewal hearing, and it was more appropriate to do an amendment hearing. And so what we'll do, Mr. Davis, we'll engage with them as we come forward with that merger of putting North Little Rock under there and work that out.
And so once the Springdale grant is up, then you'll be moving that underneath Premier High Schools of Arkansas, correct?
That is correct.
Does that mean that you're not seeking the increased cap because of all this today? It seems like if we're going to work this out, you would not increase the cap today.
Right. We're going to have an amendment request, which would take, if approved, would take care of that cap situation.
Okay, I need more clarity on that, please, because as I look at the charter amendment request, it has two parts.
Right.
So are we voting on both parts today, or are we only going to vote on the campuses?
So, Stephen?
So since I have to come back to change the cap anyways with North Little Rock, I am comfortable with sticking with the cap I have if that allows me to continue with the expansion and work under that cap, and then adhering to Mr. Davis's advice. When I get that demand, come back to the panel with the data that shows the demand and enrollment cap. So I don't know legally if I need to say anything to remove that from my amendment and then move forward with the expansion.
Well,
without
and I want you, I mean, give some thought, talk to folks about it, right? I mean, look, I'm a full transparent type of person, right? I mean, there's a situation where if something's not going well in one school and they're all under one charter, right? The complication of dealing with that one school versus having to deal with the entire charter is something to think about, right? So at one point, I think there's something around alignment and creating some efficiencies under the one charter model. On the other hand, I also see that how it can create some complications, when you run into some situations. So those are things to think about. I don't know how we get past this moment right now, but it is something I think you should take and sort of weigh both the positive and negative. Now, obviously, if the department comes back and say, no, this is what we suggest, I would go with what they say. But I would be a little restrained in kind of figuring out that right now on the spot.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Reynolds?
So I guess we've got three options. The charter could vote on both amendments or both requests. They could vote on just to add to campuses and not to increase the enrollment cap, or we could kick it out to December and converse with the charter and figure out what it is exactly that the charter wants to do, considering that they are also talking about amending the charter to include the North Little Rock campus. We could address all that at the December meeting.
Quick question for you. Where does the expansion request, what charter does that fall under?
So it would be, the expansion request would be Premier High Schools of Arkansas. So not the Springdale campus and not the North Little Rock campus.
Okay.
So it's the one that includes
So it is moving toward the one that has
Right.
kind of most of the
Right.
the schools there.
right. So we can increase, so we can add the Fayetteville and Russellville campuses to that charter and not increase the enrollment cap. You can vote on both, or we can kick it out to December and talk with the charter and see exactly what it is that they want to do moving forward. So it's really up to the cap.
And then just to add a point of clarity to why we've been doing building level caps, it is because we've had charters who've wanted to go above their actual capacity of their building, so their facilities, and so that's why we've been saying you really need to have a building level cap as well as an overall cap.
Yeah.
So that's just a point of clarification, but we could shift some of those numbers around. So that's always an option.
To me, this is kind of an operational question. within the three options, what would the school, I mean, I know you are wanting to get some new, to start on Russellville and Fayetteville.
Yeah, I would really recommend option A of go ahead and, voting on the schools, and then we can work out the enrollment cap situation. Like Mr. Davis say, I have enough room right now to be able to operate. My concern, like you're saying, is I have been engaged with a lot of businessmen. If you guys remember, I originally submitted this in September, and so I would hate to put myself in a jeopardy as far as timeline to be able to offer a high quality product to these communities.
And just quickly, I might want to, I think that there's something we might want to think about, like the department might want to think about in regards to the policy aspect of addressing both of those things you just mentioned. Right now, I feel as if we're placing it on the school, and there is an internal sort of issue that we have here. So there might be a policy change or something that may be able to be introduced that then doesn't place it on the backs of each institution to deal with.
Well, and I would say too, there's a whole revision of the charter rules and process going on currently, and so I think a lot of those things will be addressed through that. So,
Fantastic.
Yes. Do you have any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
What are we doing? I don't understand what our motion is.
So just to clarify, so if the charter wants to rescind its request to increase its enrollment cap, they need to clarify that on the record, and then the motion will be to just approve the application as amended. So it would be what would effectively be being done would be, we're just going to add these two campuses. So if that's what you guys want, okay.
The charter would like to rescind the request to increase the enrollment cap.
So,
Yes. Dr. Wright McMurray?
okay. And the reason why I kind of went silent down here, because I'm still trying to just kind of, still trying to understand that with you adding Fayetteville, that's going to be in the same geographic location of Springdale, which is currently a campus that, when we look at the data, is having some challenges. I'm just wanting to be comfortable before I move forward, that I'm just, that the processes that are in place are going to address what we saw at Springdale, and we're not going to see it rear up again at Fayetteville, because it's, from the description, the challenges that you guys had there could very easily be replicated at Fayetteville's campus once it is operational. And as the explanation I've received thus far, I'm just not 100% comfortable that that's not going to be the case.
So I'll don't mind speaking to that again. We definitely recognize some things that went this course. We recognize the training that's needed, as well as the monitoring and making sure that we have the right people doing the right work. If I'm defending Springdale, because I know we're looking at one data point on them, Springdale graduation rate was higher than the other premiers. Springdale ESSA score was higher than Springdale High School and Springdale's ALE environment, which is Archer Learning Center. And so I see a lot of opportunity in Springdale. I know we're looking at one data point, but when you look at them in comparison to the schools in their community, they're outperforming them. And when you look at Springdale compared to the other premiers, they're outperforming them. So I know that data point is concerned, and we've addressed that and put some support and training together to make sure that doesn't happen again. And so I can assure you it won't happen in Fayetteville, but we do want to see some of the good results we're seeing in Springdale.
Thank you.
And I did have a comment online that I wanted to address, which is there are the comparison points as far as the other schools that you're comparing against are ALEs in some cases, and they have to follow the ALE rules. So why did you choose those particular schools as your comparison points?
The variable that was similar was because those schools did not receive letter grades.
Okay.
And I think when we look at the at-risk and population, it's very similar to those in the ALE environment.
I have one additional additional question. I'd ask about the average age, because I was also curious, in Springdale, there's now the Excel Center with Goodwill, which is has somewhat of a similar mission in terms of it's an adult high school, but it's age 19 and older. And I would think that that may even pull a little more from your enrollment in that area. So I'm just wondering if there have been any talks or plans to how to best partner to make sure the community is being served in that area, as not to cannibalize things. So any thoughts on that?
Yeah, we actually went to visit the Excel Center in Springdale. You remember Jake? He actually worked with us over in Charter World a little bit, and so he's running that center. Those conversations are being had. I like to think all of us in the community want to see kids be successful, and so it's not arguing about which school kids go to versus do we catch all kids, and are we all working together to catch all kids?
Any other questions? Are we ready to entertain a motion?
Yeah, I move that we approve the amendment to add Fayetteville and Russellville campuses to the Premier Schools of Arkansas Charter.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Davis and a second by Mr. Baldwin. All those in favor, say aye.
Before we do that, any other conversation before we get to vote
Oh,
on the motion?
No.
all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. The motion passes. We're going to fill out our voting sheets. Okay, we'll start down here with Dr. Moore.
I approve the amendment request to add the Fayetteville and Russellville campuses to the Premier Schools of Arkansas Charter. This type of charter provides a unique and needed option for at-risk students and those who have dropped out of high school. Despite my approval, I still have concerns about the drop in course completion at the Springdale campus. I encourage full attention and expansion of CTE opportunities from work-based learning to post-secondary training partnerships with local institutions.
Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, I vote in favor of the expansion of Premier High School into Fayetteville and Russellville to provide greater opportunities for at-risk children.
Mr. Davis?
Approve the amendment to add Fayetteville and Russellville satellite campuses to the Premier Schools of Arkansas Charter in an attempt to provide an additional option for students and families interested in the model to meet student needs.
Dr. Wright McMurray?
I voted for. I support the charter's request to add Russellville and Fayetteville locations. I highly encourage the charter to review the data of Springdale's campus course completion and industry certification attainment and develop a comprehensive plan to address drops in completion and lack of attainment. The reported data reflects concerns that could occur at the Fayetteville campus if not properly addressed.
And I voted against the amendment to add the Fayetteville and Russellville campuses because I feel like more accurate data is needed to make a solid determination. And I think that that's something that we need moving forward.
Thank y'all.
Sure. We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Do to help, because I know you guys don't like seeing that as an outcome. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I just want to say hi. I'm the director at the Northwood Rock campus this year. We had conversed earlier in the year by Noelle Garland.
Yeah.
She's on my campus. So I just
Okay,
want to
good.
say hi.
Yeah, it's good to meet you. Yeah,
I'm
thanks.
also in the Henderson space.
Okay. Good. Nice to meet you too.
microphone's on. Oh, there it goes. We're ready.
Dory Summons, Office of Public Charter Schools. Mountainburg Public School District has submitted an application to convert Mountainburg High School to a district conversion charter school. The school will serve grades 9 through 12 with a career and technical focus. We have representatives from Mountainburg here this morning.
Good morning. So would everyone who's going to speak on behalf of the charter please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. Thank you very much.
All right, good morning. My name is Courtney Christie. I'm the principal of Mountainburg High School. With me today, I have our superintendent, Dr. Debbie Atwell, my assistant principal, Miss Sarah Walker, Representative Chad Puryear, and Senator Petty was also here earlier, and he had to step out for another meeting. But we want to thank you for having us here today, and we are here to seek an opportunity to increase our course offerings for our students and expand career exposure. Let me see if this thing works for me. All right, so who are we? Mountainburg High School is a small community. We're located in a small community of Mountainburg with 552 residents. We are tucked away. You see the dragon there as the halfway point between Fayetteville and Fort Smith. We have 185 students enrolled with an average grade level size of 46 students. We are the largest employer in the community, and our average commute time for our families is about 32 minutes. A lot of them go north or they go south. We are here seeking opportunities because we don't want location and size to be a lack of opportunity for our students. So at Mountainburg High School, we honor our history through traditions and values. And you can see in the pictures up here, the background picture is our original structure. The front picture is our current campus with some expansion. And so that is important to our community, that we keep our traditions alive. Recently, they also supported a millage for expansion of a student activity center. So we are continuing to grow. Last year, we met with our students in small groups, and we began creating a vision for the high school. The teachers had a vision, learn today, lead tomorrow, but we thought it was important for students to also have input. And so we met with them in small groups, and we just asked, what do you value? What do you want to get out of your next 4 years at Mountainburg High School, or your next 3 years, or your next 2 years? 100% of our students had a goal to graduate, thank goodness. But they also were really excited, and they wanted more course options. They didn't want to be limited. They wanted to have the same opportunities that schools across the state have. And they also wanted to be college and career ready. And that was big coming from high school students, because a lot of times you get in the day-to-day, you don't really understand their values. But when you sit down with them in small groups and they say, when we leave here, we want to be ready. And so we took all of their responses and we crafted our student vision. So at MHS, we value making a difference by volunteering, being a family, and through teamwork. We value holding ourselves to high standards to be college and career ready, CTE completers, and graduates with endless possibilities. And we value setting new records with a 100% graduation rate, state championship teams, and rising assessment scores. So it was really important. One of the things that they said is we want options and we want relevance, and CTE provides both of those. We also build our present through teamwork and collaboration. Mountainburg High School operates as a professional learning community, and we believe that all means all. Our teachers take the time to look at our students course by course, standard by standard, and then we have time built in throughout the day for enrichment and intervention. We have classes for Tier 3, critical reading, and essential algebra, and we are seeing some results from our work together as a team. We have a decrease in a number of students in need of support in math and ELA on the recent ESSA scores. We also have increased the number of students exceeding in math and ELA. We provide a guaranteed and viable curriculum, and we use high-quality instructional materials. And some of our goals is to continue increasing those literacy and math skills. And finally, we create our future through creativity and innovation. So in collaboration with Dennis Williamson, Director of Western Arkansas Planning and Development, we want to build partnerships in the River Valley in order to increase student access and exposure to multiple businesses and industries in the career and technical education programs of study to make learning more relevant and authentic for our students. We are wanting to provide an expanded number of pathways students can choose to pursue, and we want to provide flexibility in scheduling so we can, provide the flexibility in scheduling and still support our students. Where we are located, there is not a career center in our back door. Our closest one would be our WOTC program in the Peak Innovation Center, and it's about a 35-minute drive for our students. We currently have students who attend the WOTC program. We are seeing a lot of success with that, and we're trying to build that program, but we also have students who do not have access to that because of its distance. We want to be a school of choice. We want to better prepare our students and prepare them for their exposure and increase their exposure. So we have two programming options that we want to pursue, a career studies option and a flexible schedule option. So after speaking with our community, our students, and studying data, our career studies opportunity, we would start with students who are in the 9th grade. They would take a level 1 CTE course on site with our licensed teachers. And then after 9th grade, they could go into a pathway that may or may not be offered by on-site instructors. This would allow us to expand our offerings from, instead of 5 pathways, up to 23 different pathways. In 2023, 48% of our graduates were CTE completers. If you look at the data of our students who are involved in CTE, 96.3% of them were included in the 4-year graduation rate. 78.05% had post-secondary placement, and 77.78% had industry certifications, and we want to increase that. Students who choose a flexible schedule would go into a hybrid model. They would be on campus at least 2 days per week and then work virtually 3 days per week. Students would receive support and intervention from our on-site teachers, and their progress would be continuously monitored. The reason we're asking for this one, in the 22-23 school year, we have lost 12 students who went virtual or to homeschool. In the 23-24 school year, our current school year, we've lost 9 students who have chosen a virtual or homeschool option. And so when students choose to take that route as a local district, we are not able to support them in the ways that they need to be, whereas a hybrid model would still allow them to remain our students, so we can provide the intervention enrichment supports that they would need, along with any other special education supports, gifted and talented supports. If a student chooses to enroll in a flexible schedule or the career studies option, either one, and they're not showing their program proficiency in the classes, then they would have to return on campus, or we would look at changing their program options. So this is just a quick breakdown of the scheduling so you can see it visually. Students would not be waived from any of the core requirements. This would be in addition to. So we picture a 9th grader coming in and taking one of our level 1 CTE courses. That could be survey of business, it could be survey of agriculture, family and consumer science, and then there's still room in their schedule for other courses. As a 10th grader, they're going to continue with their core courses, and from there they have an option to take another level 1 CTE course to pursue other pathways, or they may go into a level 2 concentrator practicum. And then, of course, there are other courses. As 11th graders, we're continuing on that pathway there. If they choose a career study, then they would for sure go into a level 2 or a level 3, depending on what level 1 courses that they were enrolled in. And then same thing for 12th grade. We're going to really try to get them into internships and work-based placements. Ninth grade CTE courses are going to be based on student success plans, interest inventories, work with the parents, conversations with the students to get them into the areas that they are most interested in and that they find relevant. If a student chooses to take the career study pathway, we'll have checks in place to where we'll work with business partners to meet the criteria and demonstrate student knowledge of level 2 courses. We'll partner CTE teachers, administration, business partners. We'll team together to create student-friendly career cards as the criteria for the course. Students will log their hours. There will be reflections, portfolios, and we want them to obtain industry certifications through their experiences. And then once they hit 11th and 12th grade, they will become mentors to younger students who may be following in that same pathway. So the pathways that we could choose. Survey of Agriculture is our level 1 course. With Survey of Ag, we currently have 2 different pathways, the Agriculture Power Structural and Technical Systems and Animal Systems. So for those 2, we offer all 3 course levels on site with a licensed teacher. And we've had a lot of success in the ag industry. With the grant, when we receive the charter, we can offer up to 4 different pathways. And so, for example, if a student takes Survey of Ag and they say, yeah, power structure and the animal systems, that's not really my thing, but plant science is, then we would partner with industries and businesses to get them the relationships with somebody who is in plant science. We have local berry farms. We have Parks Brothers, which provides the startup plants. And so that's one example of how this would work for those level 2 and level 3 courses. Family and Consumer Science is another level 1 course that we offer. Our course of study there is Food Production Management and Services. So they would take Food Safety and Nutrition and then Food Production Management. There are up to 4 different pathways that we could add with Family and Consumer Science. Survey of Business is a level 1 course that we offer, but we do not currently have a program of study for Survey of Business. But this one could add up to 10 opportunities for our students in those pathways. Media Communications is also another level 1 course that we offer that we do not have a pathway. We could have up to 5 programs of study here. So if a student's on a flexible schedule, I have an example student here. His name is Caleb. He gave me permission to use him. But Caleb is a high school senior. And through school, he kind of said, I don't really know. School's not really for me. I'm not really sure what I want to do. And so through our college and career class that we have, we were able to make some connections for Caleb with a medical professional. And so when Caleb met this medical professional, he built a relationship with him, and this professional has become a mentor for him. And so he invited him to be able to come in and shadow anytime that he was available. And so Caleb now has meaning and is excited to graduate. He's really applied himself. He got involved in the WOTC program, and what he's doing is whenever we have school breaks, if the medical office is open, he has taken his own time to go and observe and get his feet wet, so to say. And so Caleb would be a candidate for a flexible schedule. And so if he had a flexible schedule, he would be on site 2 days a week, still receiving support from our teachers, and then 3 days a week he could complete his studies virtually, but also have more opportunity to intern and be available at that medical clinic, getting the experience. And so that's going to set him up once he graduates and he has the necessary certifications and degrees. He's going to already have a connection for a career, but he also has knowledge and experience that a lot of high school students are not walking away with because of his internship. This is Mitchell. Mitchell, also I have permission to use him, but Mitchell is a very motivated, highly intelligent student. He is a 10th grader, currently taking a concurrent level courses, and he's going to do great things. And having the opportunity for career studies to be able to start looking into career opportunities that interest him, that are relevant to him, he's going to be able to expand his options. And so he would be capable to do independent studies, to learn from guest speakers, to partner with other business industries for Zoom sessions, and then also go out for on-the-job training. And so part of his learning for that level 2 course and level 3 courses would be an internship, the completion of a portfolio, and mentoring. Our current reality at Mountainburg High School, if you look at our recent reports for the ACT Aspire, 42.6% of our students scored ready or exceeding an ELA. What you don't see on that screen is that 64.52% of students involved in CTE were ready or exceeding, so around 22% more. 21.3% of our students scored ready or exceeding in math. 51.39% of CTE students scored ready or exceeding. 30.85% of students scored ready or exceeding in science. If they were involved in CTE, that raised their chances to 61.62% of ready or exceeding in science. We want to celebrate that 94.6% of our students received on-time credits in 2023. And we also want to celebrate that we are closing the ESSA gap on some of these areas. In 2018 to 2019, we were 5.79 points below the state average. In 2023, we were 0.96 points below the state average. So we are making gains, and this is one step forward. Our value-added growth is above the state average. And in weighted achievement, less students are in need of support in ELA and math, and more are exceeding. Also part of our current reality, 89.36 of our 2023 seniors received a National Career Readiness Certificate. That was on the ACT work keys. We have incorporated the training into our college and career class, and we are seeing great results from that. With this opportunity, we could expand that, and we have a goal that all of our students will have a silver rating or higher. 25.5% of MHS students were high risk for chronic absence, and 34.23% were at moderate risk. And then at MHS, we had an 84.78 four-year graduation rate, and I do want to point out that students involved in CTE, that was a 96.3% graduation rate. And when you think about our class sizes with around 40 students, 46 students, that could be one kid. And we're not settling for that, but just to put numbers into perspective. So our goals, over the next 5 years, we want to increase student achievement in English language arts by at least 50%. And I can go through and clarify some of that. So we want to expand this out because it would be hard to make that jump. So if you look at 42.6% of our students were ready or exceeding, if we want to increase that by 50%, then that would raise us up about 21%. And so we added time in there to be able to do that. We want to increase student achievement in math and science by at least 50%. I also have over the next 5 years there, but I don't know that I can settle for 5 years to be able to raise that. And so we are working really hard, and we've made some big changes in our math and science, so we will see that number increase quickly. We want to increase the number of students receiving on-time credits by at least 50%. We have programs in place to be able to do this as well. Increase the number of students receiving National Career Readiness Certificates on the ACT Work Keys assessment. Increase in average student attendance from 92.61% to 95% or higher. And we want to increase our graduation rate to at least 98%. And so when we get the charter, here's how we plan to meet these goals. We are going to increase our technical literacy and applied math in the content areas and in the CTE courses. We want to increase career exploration for students to provide relevance for them. We also want to increase student ownership. When they feel connected to a course or to their learning, they take ownership in that. And they are willing to come to school, they're willing to learn, and they understand more of what they are reading. That will also increase their reading scores. We are going to partner with Sarah Drain, the Director of College Access Initiative at the U of A, to train teachers on how to incorporate ACT prep and provide a Seniors Rising summer camp. We will expand teacher knowledge of how to bridge the gap between school and workforce, so incorporating some of that the workplace documents and the technical literacy and applied math. We'll need to provide transportation to and from observations for students. we will provide more training for literacy in the content areas. And then we will provide student access for up-to-date technology equipment and to extend learning opportunities. So our timeline for this, and once granted the charter, we will, in the spring of 2024, build our partnerships, working with Dennis Williamson to get us those connections. We're seeking opportunities for a career coach. I am happy to report that since creating this, our board has approved for us to apply for the application for a new career coach. We will create the career cards that students would need to be able to follow the pathways and to meet the standards of the expected level 2 courses. And then we would provide teacher training. In the fall of 2024, we will have implementation. And in 25 and beyond, we will monitor our progress towards our goals and continue our cycle of improvement. All right, with that, I thank you all for your time today. Let me know if there's any clarifying answers that I can provide, please.
Thank you. Mr. Reynolds?
I'm back. All right, so this is the same process over again. We're going to go topic by topic. Waiver topic number 1 is the salaries and compensation. The charter seeking to waive Arkansas Code annotated 617-807, 617-908, and 621-303B, and I don't have any legal concerns with that. Waiver topic number 2 is teacher licensure. The charter seeking to waive Arkansas Code annotated 615-1004, 617-309, 617-401, 617-418, 617-902, 617-908, 617-919. Standard for accreditation 4D1, and the rules governing educator licensure. I did want to have one clarification. Only Section 7 of the licensure rules can be waived, so I just want to make sure that you guys are comfortable limiting that.
Trip Walter, staff attorney, APSRC. I'm going to be helping the district with the waiver piece, and on their behalf, I will agree to amend the request for the licensure, educator licensure rules to just Section 7.
All right, waiver topic number 3 is professional development. This charter seeking to waive Arkansas Code annotated 617-703, 617-704, 617-705, standard for accreditation 4G1, and the rules governing professional development, and I don't have any legal concerns with that. Waiver topic number 4 is instructional day. The charter seeking to waive Arkansas Code annotated 616-102, and standard for accreditation 1A4.2. I don't have any legal concerns with that. Waiver topic number 5 is the personnel policies daily planning period. The charter seeking to waive Arkansas Code annotated 617-114, and I wanted to clarify that this waiver is going to be narrowed to part-time teachers only.
Trip Walter will so clarify that the waiver will be limited to part-time teachers only.
And then waiver topic number 6 is personnel policies duty-free lunch period. The charter seeking to waive Arkansas Code annotated 617-111. And same thing, I wanted to clarify that this waiver is only going to be narrowed to part-time teachers only.
Trip Walter will so clarify that the waiver will be limited to part-time teachers only.
And then I did have one general concern. I spoke with someone from the charter, and they clarified that this was, but I wanted to get it on the record. I didn't see anywhere in the application where the Mountainburg School Board had approved the decision to seek the district conversion charter, and I just wanted to clarify that they had.
The initial intent to apply was approved in the board initially, and then the charter and the application and waivers as submitted were approved by our board at the October board meeting.
Thank you.
And that's all I've got. Anybody have any questions?
Any questions concerning the waivers?
I did have a question back on the licensure waiver, but I don't know if you wanted to go into
We can address that now.
Okay. Back to my notes. Sorry, I have to go back to my notes on that one. So, just looking at the rationale that was listed for that waiver, and just the way that it's worded, it seems as if that specifically for the CTE courses, that the expectation is that you will have a large number of teachers that are not licensed in their areas that are teaching CTE courses, just by the way that it's worded in the waiver rationale. Can you please provide a little bit more detail on what your plan is for that?
Yes, I sure can. So our level 1 teachers would be certified through the traditional certification process. The waiver request is for our level 2 courses, where we will be partnering with businesses to bring in industries to work with our students. And so we wouldn't necessarily want to go through a licensure process for them, because it could be multiple people within the company. And we wouldn't want to limit that to just one person. They may not be on campus every day. They could be doing Zoom sessions and things of that nature. And so we wanted to offer that. We looked at the technical permit process. It is a great process for somebody who's going to be consistent, full-time on campus. We went through that process with our school resource officer this year as we added the criminal justice program. And it was a lengthy process. It wasn't as straightforward as we expected. And so we want to eliminate any barriers that would discourage partners from coming to us, business partners.
Just in looking at the pathways that you're offering, it would seem that the majority of those pathways, more than likely, you would not have been able to get a technical permit for those positions anyway. So that probably wouldn't have been as much of a concern. But even with your additional explanation, I still have some concerns that as students are moving into their upper level courses, it sounds like that they will not have the benefit of a licensed teacher from what you've shared. And so that's a bit concerning.
So they would still have support from a licensed CTE teacher. So, for example, our survey of agriculture teacher, Mr. Hall, would still be overseeing any of the pathways that fall underneath that level 1 course. And then we would create career cards that follow the CTE standards to make sure students are meeting those needs. The CTE teacher and a team of administrators, our counselor and advisory teachers, would then also be overseeing these students as they hit those checkpoints to make sure they're still getting the level of expectation. They're hitting the level of expectation and proficiency. The benefit of them working with the business partner is that they are in the field and they're working in that area, and so they're going to get the hands-on experience that may not include the traditional classroom. Does that answer your question?
Slightly. I'll come back to that question when we get more into the structure of the day. But thank you.
Dr. Moore?
Okay, I have a few questions. I believe that the CTE pathways were picked, it said, based upon local community partners. So am I to assume safely that you looked at industry demand in your area?
Yes, ma'am. So we looked at industry demands. We looked at the courses that we also offer as level 1 courses. And then we also had conversations with our students about what they were interested in and what would expand their opportunities.
Okay, and I could be overlooking it, but I didn't see anything for health science pathway of any sort. And that seems to be a high demand field in every part of Arkansas. So is there a reason that health science is not included?
Yes, so we do not offer a level 1 health science course, and so without upstaffing to create a level 1 course for that, we partner with WOTC and the Peak Center to be able to offer some of those resources. We do have a good anatomy class that is being taught that will help students prepare for that, but right now there is not a health science. In the future, we would like to expand that offering, but right now that's not in the plan.
Okay, so WOTC will still be an opportunity for students for programs that you do not offer?
Absolutely,
okay.
Yes. And it also offers those concurrent level classes.
Okay. And that was my other question. Concurrent is not addressed much in the application. So I was wondering, because you have concurrent for your core classes potentially, that's probably going to continue however you're already doing that. But I was wondering, that's the only offering everything without concurrent opportunities. So, like, is your pre-educator pathway going to be a concurrent one?
It is a concurrent course. We offer it through Virtual Arkansas. And so we partner with Virtual Arkansas for our concurrent classes and Arkansas Tech. Right now, our pre-educator is online, and we want to continue that at this time.
Okay. And then I was wondering, it said open to all students. Is there any limit to capacity?
Not at this time.
And how do you determine who gets to participate and who doesn't?
We will have an application process where the students are going to have to interview with our panel, which would be administration, CTE teachers, and our counselor, and they're going to have to prove that they're able to do that. We don't want to send students off-site if they're not ready and set them up for failure, and so there will be a process that they have to go through, and we're in the works of creating that.
Okay, and then I have some more questions. Do you want me to ask them now or just come back?
Sure.
Okay.
If you've got the questions ready.
Okay, and then your outcomes of increasing by 50%, is that just looking at the students that are enrolled in this charter or just the entire high school in general?
That's for our entire high school in general. By offering this program so students can see that relevance, it gives them something to work towards. And so we're building relevance and understanding within all of our courses.
Okay, so the students who aren't enrolled in this, you expect to still see benefit?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I would say two things on your outcomes. Within the application, it mentions the 100% of the silver NCRC, but in the outcomes table, it doesn't mention 100%.
Correct. After our mock hearing, it was advised that maybe we drop that just a tad to make it more attainable. In my heart, it is still absolutely 100%.
Okay. Well, in the chart, there's no number at all, and so there needs to be some quantifiable. It just says increase.
Okay.
Like the number of silver.
Okay.
And then, and I'm maybe overthinking it, but increasing 94.6% by 50%, I don't think is possible.
Okay.
Because 50% of 94.6 is going to put you over 100. But I could be overthinking it the way I'm doing that.
You're probably not overthinking it. In my mind, to close that gap, it's 6 points, and so you would increase it by 50%. So up 3 points, you'd be at 97%.
Right.
So I may have worded it incorrectly.
Okay. Just looking at that,
Yes.
that's just being a stickler on it. Okay, I think that's mainly all my questions. Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Baldwin?
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned when you started out that you were losing students to homeschooling and to remote educational opportunities. What do you think is causing that? As you guys talk about that, do you have a reason?
Coming off of COVID and students having a virtual option, they lacked the flexibility. And then a lot of our students who went virtual or homeschooled this year, that was their excuse. They wanted flexibility in their schedule and in their day. They could complete the classes when they wanted to and not necessarily on our timetable. And so my feelings, and feel free to input, but our feelings is more so that they want the flexibility and the option to do as they need.
When you saw that trend begin, is that what prompted you to think about the conversion charter?
Mm-hmm.
Respond to that.
Yes, and when I started looking at our graduation rates and our students who may not have received the diploma or who left our school, my concern is that we can't support them. Once they go virtual or once they go homeschool, they're no longer our student, and so we can't support them, yet we still have students who will call us and ask for help. And so my heart says I'm going to help them, but they need to still have that tangible person. They need to have that connection, and we want to be able to provide that to them. And so this just offers them some choice and some flexibility to still get a little bit of what they want, but for us to still be able to provide what they need.
So as you move into this concept, you have the level 1 courses, which would be managed, I guess, by a certified teacher.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be inside of the school?
Yes.
Okay, so then the older students would have the option to go outside of the school, just straight to a business or to a farm or something like that.
Correct.
As you talk with business owners and other folks, is that do you create a contractual relationship between the business and the school, or is it between the business and the student, or is it just a handshake agreement on what's going to happen with the student?
We would have some sort of contractual agreement. It may not be as formal as what you would see in a typical setting as far as them being a teacher, but there would be an agreement for what the business would supply to the students and what the school would supply as well. It would be more than a handshake.
Yeah.
We want something in writing.
I think that's really important because businesses will get busy, and I've seen students sitting in the waiting room not doing anything.
Yes.
Because the doctor's too busy to really take care of it.
Mm-hmm.
I used to run a bank, and we had 6 or 7 interns always, and some of my departments did a better job of managing the intern than others, and so I think the quality of education can be really different, and the experience can be different if you don't really define it. Will the students be paid by the business for the work they do?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, how many hours will they work a day in the business? You may not have thought through some of that.
It could vary. We haven't defined that at this time. That'll be part of our planning process as we work with those partners to see what they think students need as well as what meets their need to hit those requirements and
I strongly
standards.
support what you're doing. I think the hands-on experience of working is incredibly valuable, but I would not assume that it will be a good experience if you don't really define for the business people what it is you expect from them.
Absolutely. And so looking at the workforce model for the level 3 CTE courses, we will work off of some of those requirements to partner with the businesses. So there is something clear there.
Okay. Is there a quality control that the school can have over the business? Do you go and audit the reality of what's happening ever? Or how do you know they're doing what they say they're doing?
So part of that will come through the student responses and their portfolio that they'll be creating. We're also going to work with Dennis Williamson, so he'll help us look at those businesses to make sure that they are quality and not something they say they are not. And then with our team, we will also go out and monitor, and that way we can see for ourselves what is happening. We won't just rely on student response or someone else's response.
That's good. So 2 days a week, the students will be in the class. I guess that's where they're being taught the core subjects that they need to learn, and then 3 days a week they're offsite.
Correct.
So they're going to be offsite more than they're in the school.
Mm-hmm. So on the flexible schedule, their work would stay virtual. It would be online, but their 2 days a week will give them support from an on-site teacher. And so everything they're doing may be virtual, but they will be on-site 2 days a week, sitting in the teacher's classroom. And so that way they're not going back and forth. But those 2 days that they are on-site is when the teacher will hit those personable points of here's what you need this week.
Okay. All right, I would encourage you to go into the details of all this, and I know you're in the planning stages with that, but I think the devil's in the details.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Mr. Davis?
First, I want to thank my charter panel member, Mr. Baldwin, for centering the businesses as more of the problem in doing something like this than the students. So I really appreciate it, because that's one part of this we never really discussed, right? Ensuring that we have some real clarity around the quality of what needs to be provided by the business partner, and not just, how the student is performing and or behaving. I think you touched on this a little bit when you talked about those students that have decided to go to homeschool. The absenteeism. What do you know? What are you hearing about the absenteeism in the school district, and why is that of issue? The percentage, the number. I mean,
I'm trying to make sure I'm following your question. So are you asking me why I have a high percentage of absenteeism?
Yes.
Okay, I thought that's what you were asking. I just
That's
want to make
what
sure.
I'm asking.
A lot of it just in student conversations comes back to relevance. Some of it comes back to school's not for us, and so we're just going to go homeschool and provide our own education because it gives me more of what I need.
Yeah.
Those are the responses that we have received in the conversations. Building student interest and relevance is important. The students going through high school, they need to see that there is more out there. And we are in a small, limited community that they don't necessarily see the big picture. And so a lot of our level 1 courses, when we have limited them to just a couple of pathways, they don't know what else goes underneath it. I think back to the ADE conference this summer, and Mark Perna was a guest speaker, and he has this beautiful CTE tree and all these things that go underneath it, and I said, ooh, I need that. But they are limited, and so we want to create exposure for them, and that's on us. We have a supportive community, but the more that we can provide them at school so that they know that there is a future, they know there's a future, they just don't know what they want to do. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. But a lot of times we're graduating high school students who they don't know their career options, or they don't know their college options. They feel like college is not an option for them because of financial reasons, or they don't want to be in school any longer. And so that starts trickling down at a very young age, especially if you have a high number of parents who don't have a college education. They don't have that support to be able to push them forward. And so we want to be that support for the students and provide that opportunity. But when it starts trickling down at a young age and they say, well, school doesn't matter, so when I hit the dropout age, I'm just going to go homeschool. And it interprets to no school.
Yeah.
And we're not okay with that.
Last question from me. In regards to students who are selected to participate in the flexible scheduling, how have you thought about there will be challenges when things go awry, and sort of pulling those students in? What does that look like? Have you had a conversation about what that tipping point is? Mm-hmm. How have you thought about, saying, okay, this option is no longer available due to what we're recognizing in regards to the inability for you to progress in whatever area?
Mm-hmm. So we'll want to be really careful that if they choose a flexible option and they are virtual, that they don't get too far behind and can't dig themselves out of the hole, so to speak. So we would monitor frequently. And if they're supposed to be learning virtually 3 days a week and they aren't logging in and learning virtually, it's going to be a conversation with documentation that says, hey, what's going on? And maybe that week they had more internship hours, something to that extent, and they're making it up the next week. Or maybe they worked ahead. And so that will all come out through the monitoring process.
Is that weekly, bi-weekly, monthly?
Weekly. We'll monitor weekly, okay. And then we will track it, and that's all part of our PLC process. And so we're already monitoring students, student by student, including their attendance rate. And so this would be another level for those conversations. And then we would have a team who can meet with them and have a relationship with the student to say, this is not working. Your option is coming on campus more time. We're going to have to figure something out.
Yeah.
So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Wright, Mary?
Okay. So just piggybacking a little bit on the question about the flexible schedule. So who is going to be the responsible party for monitoring all of the off-site work and activities for this process?
We'll have a team. So between myself, our counselor, and our career coach that we are planning to get, and then I'll also have a parapro that will help monitor that progress.
Okay. So a lot of my questions are around the scheduling. This slide, I'll share
okay.
on that one. So just trying to get a sense of, I guess some of it is like the language that you use for some of your courses, and then the language that we already currently use for the courses that we have in CTE.
Mm-hmm.
And so especially when we're looking at the word practicum, so when we think about a practicum experience, that's traditionally going to happen for students when they're at least in their third, fourth level of courses. But you're using that term at the 10th grade level, so then that's something that kind of jumped out at me is, I heard you say, and I did agree with that, you don't want to put students in situations where they're kind of almost putting the cart before the horse of getting the opportunity to be out in the field to get experiences, but they haven't really had the coursework to support those experiences. So I don't know if it is a matter of semantics on the words we're using, or is that the intent of the schedule?
So I think it's semantics. We do not want to move the practicum course in place of the level 2 course. And so it's just wordage for a level 2 practicum. So if you look at, I'll go back to plant sciences. The second level course is plant science. And so for that one, it would still be plant science, but the way they learn it would be different. It wouldn't be necessarily in a traditional classroom. It could be through a series of observations, Zoom sessions, guest speakers, and independent study. And so then as a level 3 to...
Just a question there. And then all that work is being, even though you may have industry partners that are coming in to maybe enhance certain sections that are being instructed, there is a licensed ag teacher that is responsible for the course
Correct.
itself. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. Okay, sorry.
I was trying to think of where I was at.
Sorry.
No, you're okay. So after they complete that level 2 practicum, then they could move into the level 3, which would be one of the traditional CTE practicums, internships, workplace study.
Okay. So then my next question, I guess, is what you're describing here and how you guys want to implement this model. And this is more for my information, if anything else. Currently, how we have our pathways established and the different opportunities for work-based learning and the different opportunities for students to have engagement with industry partners, how do you feel that that couldn't occur currently in what is available where you would need to do a conversion option?
So currently that's a level 3 course that we would have to go into that, and we want to be able to expand our level 2 courses. And so right now, unless I hire somebody to do plant sciences individually or do fashion and design individually, I can't offer those pathways. I can offer the internships for the current levels, the current CTE studies that we do, the current pathways, but I can't expand our offerings. And that's my goal, is to expand the offerings. And so that's why we would need the charter and the waivers to be able to expand those level 2 courses.
Okay. And then for your career practicum and other internship experiences, do you still plan to utilize a work-based learning coordinator? How do you plan to manage those options?
So that would be in partnership with our team, with the career coach, the administrator, the counselor, and then the CTE teachers.
Because so currently, right now, courses that when students are enrolled in courses that use a work-based learning course code, such as pre-apprenticeship, career practicum, internship, then the teacher that is the teacher of record for those courses is expected to have the 413 endorsement to be able to do that. And so I'm just wondering, is that something that you guys considered as a part of your plan? Because they would need to be identified to be the work-based learning coordinator so that you wouldn't get flagged in the system of having a teacher that's not endorsed.
Okay, so I'm not quite sure how to answer that for you right now, because I don't currently offer those opportunities. Right now, the courses, the pathways that we have are the 3 levels that are on site. We do not have students going out for the internships. So that is something that we will clarify and correct as needed.
Okay. Answered that question. Sorry, trying to get back through my notes. Excited to hear that you are considering adding a career coach. So that's also something that falls under our area. So we always love to have expansion. Just curious, which institution do you plan to partner with for that?
Arkansas Tech University.
Oh, on the Ozark campus or the
Ozark
Boyer
campus.
Okay.
And I just had a question about, because you currently have a district conversion charter, how will this sort of dovetail with that middle school experience?
So you want to speak to that one? Yes.
Sarah Walker. So I am the assistant principal, but I'm primarily housed at the middle school. So this is my first year as an administrator there. There was some staff change, and I will say, I just have to say this on record. From the time I got hired as an IF, her goal was really to make Mountainburg High School career focused. And so I have a CTE background. I was an ag teacher for 11 years. But as far as the charter at the middle school, I feel like this year we've really changed the student self-efficacy. So when she talks about why kids are going homeschool, they don't see the relevance. And a lot of it had to do with COVID when we did allow them to go virtual. And so as far as our charter, with our brain-based academy and putting Dragon fitness training, we've really pushed that hard this year. I've been in the district for 3 years, and I've seen a full culture shift with the kids taking that ownership, getting their brains firing, meeting those fitness goals, and then applying that in the classroom. And so I just feel like the student self-efficacy transitioning, we have a solid foundation in the middle school, and then they transition into the high school. I just feel really confident about this. And I'd like to say, as an ag teacher, it's not very fun when you can only offer 2 pathways and you have kids that are interested in other pathways, and they're restricted. I grew up in a small town like Mountainburg. I taught in a big city of Harrison, so I see both sides of it. And it's not fair that our small town kids are restricted to opportunity. They need that exposure. So.
And so
Go ahead.
yeah, and so just full transparency, I'm working in CTE right now, so I'm extremely excited and supportive of any school that recognizes that that is the true pathway. Because I'm very biased for students to be successful, but just want to make sure that the process that's in place for students to be able to have access to that is one that, based off of best practices and information that we have, would be the most successful for our kiddos. And so that's what we just want to ensure. But I did have one other question after I digging through my notes. So Mountainburg is a part of a consortia, or correct, with your Perkins funding? Okay. So have you had conversations from that standpoint of changing to this model, doing a different process? What is that going to look like for that piece of the information outcomes on the back end when your data is being lumped in with others? Have you had talks with folks that are responsible for that piece?
Debbie Atwell, Superintendent. We lean heavily on Jennifer Turner, our specialist of the co-op, and she supports us with our CTE programming, our grants, our equipment, and we rely on her to help us navigate, see what other schools are doing, what we could do. We envision that Jennifer would be a part of our planning team in the spring as we bring in our partnerships with Wapatiti and as we try to tap into the local program. So yes, we do work with Jennifer and appreciate her input into our work.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? Dr. Moore?
Well, I would just, is reiterating a few things that they've said that just gives me pause. The flexible part is great. I think that's because I understand a lot of our districts are losing students to virtual options that aren't being provided, and so that's a need. That monitoring that, so to see how students, because we even see at the post-secondary level, how many students think they want virtual, and then they get in there and it's really hard to stay on track. So really monitoring that so students don't end up falling behind and failing. And then I'm not CTE, but I have become a CTE groupie, and Sonia can tell you that. I'm very engaged in their side of the house nowadays and see that value. And the work-based learning manual itself, really outlines very specific what has to be in each of those courses. And once you mentioned Jennifer, she knows all of that. We'll make sure you're on the right path. But because back to Mr. Baldwin's point, business and industry partnerships, they end up just going there and they're not learning what they need to be learning, and then when they graduate, they're like, okay, well, you've had all this practical work-based learning, but was it really valuable? Did it really set you up for a job and to be able to enter the workforce? So that's just what's still giving me pause is the throwing around the word practicum for a level 2 course and not having that all outlined. So I would need a confirmation that that's going to take place and it's going to adhere to what our CTE folks have set up to ensure that safety net for students, that they're getting that word-based learning that's meaningful.
Yes. So we do not want to do anything that's going to jeopardize our students. And there can be a lot of concern when you're sending students off-site or you're partnering with others that aren't with you every day as an educator. And then, of course, we still have reading scores that we need to raise. And so I understand your concern. We will vet our business partners, and we will be heavily involved to make sure our students are getting what they need and that their learning is valuable. And so I could say that of any of our content areas as well. We want to make sure students' learning is valuable. And so we will work with business partners, and if we need to make changes, we will. We will monitor and adjust.
Other questions? Any discussion? Okay.
I guess I go back to, and we keep pointing to Mr. Baldwin, but he did bring up a very, very good point about the devil being in the details. Yes. And so, although you have been able to thoroughly answer our questions, with the information that we were presented, there just wasn't as clear of a plan of how all this was going to take place. And so I guess that's just where I've still not got my mind 100% wrapped around what does that day going to look like for that student to make sure that there's just not just for lack of a better word, just a lot of looseness going on with them, saying, oh, I'm doing this activity today, and they're kind of off-site, and we may catch it later on in the week that they really didn't do that. So I'm just not as clear on how are we going to ensure that every day that a kid is supposed to be in a learning environment, that they're actually in a learning environment. And back to Mr. Baldwin's point that well-intentioned business and industry will say, yes, definitely love to have kids come in and see what we do, but then, all of us run into our day blows up, and I have tons of meetings that I didn't plan, and now I don't have that opportunity, but the kid was signed up to do that on that day. Mm-hmm. And just from what I'm seeing right here, I'm just not 100% clear on how that's going to be avoided. Does that make sense?
Yes, it sure does.
Okay.
And from the time we wrote the application to the planning process prior to the application to now, we're continuing to evolve and articulate and really define this plan. And so just because a student in a level 2 course is in that career pathway, they're probably not going to be off-site every day. They're going to be connected to their CTE teacher, and they may be Zooming with that professional. And if for some reason something happens, you have an unexpected meeting, there will be a plan in place. So that student's learning and not playing games on their phone, because the phone is the devil. So we will continue to make sure that they are in a learning environment. We don't have time for downtime. We have scores to raise, and we have students who they want to be connected. And so we will continue to refine that process and make sure it is very, very clear for the expectations for both the students and the businesses. I also appreciate, Mr. Baldwin, you putting the blame back on the business, because my students are absolutely perfect. But we will make sure that all of that is clearly defined on both all parties involved, including the parents. The parents are going to have a big partnership with us as well. I can't just say a kid's going into a level 2 course and they're going to do this independent study and the parents say, hold up. And so there will be a lot of partnership with all stakeholders involved.
So I'm wondering, in the past, there have been other charters that yes, this is a great idea, 100% for it, but it lacked a few details being fleshed out. So we paused and had them come back. Because I'm totally for this. I love what you're doing, because something I'm always preaching is about rural students not having opportunities that students in larger districts have. So I applaud your efforts. But there is so much that's not fleshed out right now in those details. So I'm just wondering if potentially, I know that you need to do it in a certain amount of time to be able to get your ducks in a row. So saying next spring would not help you in any way. Would December even, like, do we have a time when we're meeting in December that they could come back?
Yes,
with
we have
more?
a December meeting.
Okay.
So,
I just wanted to throw that out there because we've done that before when the school lacked the details, because there's a lot of we will, and hope is not a plan.
right.
That I trust that you're being sincere about that, but we have just done that with others when we need to see more details. So just throwing that out there.
Okay.
Well, I will say at the same time, right? First of all, I don't know. I'm not quite sure on the responses and or the specifics you're talking about in regards to being buttoned up. And because I'm not clear on that, I am not sure if they will be able to do that by December, right? The other thing that I will say is, these things, you do have to pivot and change, right? There may be some conversations that happen, but there is a pivot and change that may happen as it continues to iterate. I like to think about the confidence in the individuals and their ability to be able to do that. And so just this is me. I don't have as much concern because I think that the presentation, the application, and how they've talked about addressing these things are things they understand that they may have to address as these things sort of happen. So that's just my take on the application. And once again, I'm not, if there is a decision to go ahead and ask them to return in December, I think we need to be very specific about what we might want to see from them, because they may have the answers in December, but come February, that all may have changed too, based upon additional conditions on the ground. So I just want to be thoughtful about that.
Well, and to be clear, my concerns, it seems like the CTE work-based learning manual is something that's not even been read. It doesn't seem like those requirements are, and like I said, I'm not CTE, so I'm talking outside of my lane, but I would think that Dr. Wright McMurray is seeing some of those same concerns, because you have to have a work-based learning coordinator who's overseeing that, not the level 2 teacher overseeing it. So there's lots of details that I feel that working with Jennifer Turner just over a few weeks, you could easily get those details fleshed out, but right now they don't seem to be fleshed out.
Thank you. Okay, so what I ask Mr. Tripp is, would the licensure waiver not cover that requirement? Because I don't think I'm completely understanding that. And so what he's advising is you'd like to see a day in the life of the student. Would that help clarify some of the questions that you're asking? Because I understand what you're saying about a licensure requirement, but we're also requesting a waiver for licensure. Is that one of the ones that cannot fall under that
So I would
waiver?
have to get clarification.
I think what we're all feeling is a lack of clarity on what a day in the life of the student would look like, and you're going to have, I don't know how many businesses involved, so maybe it's a day in the life of a student for 3 or 4 different types of businesses. Now, as far as how we act today, I don't know if you could provide that to the DESE staff. I mean, I think I would feel comfortable if the DESE, if is it Jennifer, the lady?
Jennifer Turner, yes.
Yeah, if you have someone from DESE that can help you, the co-op, I could probably be convinced that because I believe you're going to do the best for the student. But I could also see it, coming back in December with the life of the student examples, which would be more clarifying, I think, for us. And I don't know what your timeline is. I don't know how intense of pressure you feel to get going right now with everything.
Okay.
And I was just going to add one thing, which is, in thinking about what Dr. Wright McMurray had said earlier, I think it's not only the day in the life of the student, but it's also that accountability piece. So how are we going to ensure that they're actually following through with that day in the life of a student, every day, and what are the checks and balances there? So I think there's 2 pieces there, at least from my perspective. I do want to see the day in the life of the student, but I also want to see, okay, who's overseeing these students? What qualifications do they have? those pieces, because I know you did ask, would the licensure waiver cover it? And I think Dr. Wright McMurray had some questions.
Yes, because so like the responsible parties that oversee a lot of the off-site or virtual opportunities. So you had named like the career coaches being one of those individuals, and I would caution against having them to do that role because there's going to be quite a bit of other expectations and responsibilities that they're going to have to meet as a career coach that's going to tie them to or tether them to your campus to serve those students. So then to have the additional responsibility to also oversee what's happening for the kids that are going off for these experiences may not be as effective. So I'm just cautioning you on that. And then as it relates to the work-based learning coordinator, so we do have the flexibility that you can have any licensure, but you do have to have the endorsement. And so the endorsement has to be tied to a license in order for you to be able to oversee work-based learning opportunities, because of that, my fear is that you would get flagged in the system, and then that would be a ding for your district that you have somebody that's overseeing this course that is not endorsed. So those are just some pieces there. And then like, again, with the languaging, just to not create confusion with other things that are happening within CTE, I would just encourage you to look at the language that you're using for some of the courses, because there are some pieces like where you use practicum, and that's very well tied to a work-based learning experience that does occur at the third or fourth level. So when you have that showing at a second level, then that creates that confusion on what type of course is this, what are the expectations, what students should already have in place. And when you're doing that for the courses that you're going to be enrolling those students in, that may be an issue there. So there are just some pieces there outside of what does the day in the life look like for a student, which I would like to see, but also a more defined person of who's going to be the one that's going to be overseeing those opportunities, because having a team of people to do it, I think could be problematic. So that's just what I'm just seeing. But I'm extremely supportive of any time that we realize that CTE needs to be the central focus for our students, but just want to make sure that the model that's being developed is going to be the most effective and efficient for you, for the kiddos, and for everyone involved, so that you don't have to make a lot of pivoting changes that then becomes uncomfortable for the students, especially when they're moving through pathways.
Right. So can I provide a little bit of clarification that I think may be holding us up on that I was not clear on to begin with? So on a level 2 course, like let's say a student takes survey of business. That's their level 1 course. For level 2, they want to go into retail management. That's their pathway. And so their next level would be retail business. And so that student is still going to be connected to the survey of business teacher for the level 2 course. But that survey of business teacher may not be providing all of the curriculum for them. That's where the business partner would come into play. And so they would still be assigned to the survey of business teacher, who's the overall umbrella for that pathway. And when I say it's monitored by a team of people, that includes the CTE teachers. And so we're creating those career cards, the expectations for the student, for the business. So it's not the level 3 permit yet. Because right now we don't have that for our on-site classes anyways. And so this is for the level 2 courses. So they're still connected to a licensed CTE teacher. That's still their home base, so to speak. And so each day when they're on campus, they're going to that teacher's classroom. She or he is monitoring that student's progress. And then as a team, we're evaluating that student. And so it's not just left up to anybody. It's still somebody who's an expert in that field. They just don't have the capacity to be able to continue to offer all the different programs of study. And so the business partners is what allows us to have the capacity to expand those offerings.
So in the level 2, is the business partner coming to the classroom and sitting there just talking about stuff, or are they zooming in, or is the student going out to the business in the level 2 experience?
It could be a mixture. Some of it could be a Zoom. Some of it could be the person coming on site, especially if we have multiple kids within the same pathway, which we expect we will. They would work with that team of students. And then they would have days where they could also go out to those businesses. They may not be out in those businesses every day, but we need that to be an opportunity for them.
I think it'd be helpful for you to basically diagram that out. I think that would help you all, and I think it would help us, because I think the structure of the program, the success of the program is based on the structure that you put in place. And what is the expectation from you all who are educators of all these other people who are not educators. And you're gonna have to guide them, because they're not gonna know, they're not gonna know what works and what doesn't. And so I think that's what we're grasping for is probably more structure of that part of it.
And I would add to that, because like your level 2 courses, there are actual standards for that. So that means that those business and industry partners are going to actually have to teach content, which is very different than a work-based learning experience where they're just going out and being engaged in the work. Like they're responsible for specific standards.
Which is where the career cards come into play, because we're going to use those standards to create the career cards where the student is working with the business partner to gain that content. That's where the level of independent study also comes into play. And so when you look at the standards and you create the cards, it almost becomes like a checklist, for lack of better words. And that's where they're working with the business partner. And so yes, the business partner is teaching content, but it's content within that area. And so it builds the relevance for that student. It's not a general course. It's more specific.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I don't know exactly how to say it. I move that we have the group come back at our next meeting and provide more information. Otherwise, I would have to vote no today. So I vote that we move to, I don't know the proper terms.
So you move that
this.
we defer till December, and you can come back with the information that we have requested, which includes the student schedule, the diagram of structure, and then the oversight plan.
That is exactly what I moved to do. That's exactly it. Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion passes. So
Thank
we'll
you.
see you next month.
All right, thank you.
And maybe we can provide some written feedback that can be
Yes.
shared within just for clarity.
That would be
of-
much appreciated.
Yeah, so it could be a
And-
checkbox.
And so we're going to fill out the voting sheets now, and then we'll provide you with some feedback there, but we can provide you with more feedback as
All
well.
right, thank you so much.
May I make a comment?
Yes.
These guys have worked really hard on this. Me and Senator Katie have the utmost confidence in these guys taking care of business. I would ask that maybe you revisit that, tell them what they need, and we trust that they would have that done. Because these guys come down last meeting, you guys had some sickness, and they've been down again today, so that drags this timeline out to the first of the year going forward. And like you guys said, it is going to change with the partners. So, not trying to get in your business. I've never been to one of these. Just thought maybe we could maybe reconsider that. Because again, we have, these guys are taking care of our community.
So, Mr. Reynolds. Since we have already,
Since you've already taken a vote,
Mhm.
you'd have to vote to undo your last vote and then re-vote on whatever new motion
Mhm.
that a member of the
if
Capitol
there is a new,
if there's a new motion.
Mhm.
So
Are
If-
they able to present via Zoom if they came back in December with information as opposed to having to drive here?
yeah, I think so.
yeah, there's not an issue with Zoom.
Just to eliminate one barrier.
Right,
Because
right.
that is ridiculous to have to drive back. They were here last time and the third time.
Mhm.
It would still be before the end of the semester or at the end of the semester.
My thought is, and I appreciate what you said, and I hear that they came back,
Mhm.
came down here last month, and we didn't have a full schedule. I really think that what you're going to do between now and December is really important for you all.
Mhm.
And we had a charter in here first thing this morning, the Creative Arts Group, that went back and came back to us with something just a lot better from their perspective. And so I think this will be beneficial to you all. I'm sorry that it's another trip.
Well, it's not about the trip. I'm just trying to say that we got confidence that these guys will get it done.
Well, and I would tell you,
Add the trip, add months, and it's just kind of, they could be, they're going to have that pretty well mapped out as much as they can. They're, by the way, I was an ag teacher for 8 years, and so I did some of this concurrent stuff. Until they get with these partners and have it lined out, what they're going to be able to give you in February may change by March and April when they grab another partner as the program expands.
and I agree. I think the example was important to us. I live in West Fork. I know what it's like in small towns, and I know how you work in a small town. And but I do think this is important. It's an important step, and we are all supportive. I mean, I don't want you guys to leave this room thinking we're not supportive, but I think we as a group, based on our experience, feel like this is a needed step for you.
Well,
my personal opinion.
And I think you make a good point. It's part of the process. And I think, just like we had this morning with the open enrollment charter, I think that it puts a little bit more onus on really fine-tuning it. And then when you come back in December, via Zoom, not in person, I think that'll be very helpful for you, especially just kind of getting it all laid out before things get away from you, with the rest of the year. So, I agree.
And I would hope that it would be the work that you're going to be doing next anyway. Even if we said yes today, it's like what you would be doing next. So it's just doing that first to give more concrete form to your application.
May I speak up? I echo 100% of what Representative Furrier said. Senator Jim, you guys are the experts. You guys have a whole lot more detail than two guys that are, running around the Capitol and other meetings. But for me, I think it would be important to know the certainty. And I'm not speaking for you, but what I'm reading is we're just almost there. So if they can leave today knowing that they're essentially there other than the specific details, that helps for her and her staff to go to those businesses that we're talking about and they'll go from there. But if there's this Grinch who might steal Christmas thought in the back of our mind, which we all have, then I think that's an obstacle that we don't need to leave here having today. So I'm reading between the lines here that it seems like everybody's supportive. We just need a few more details to get over the hump. But there's nothing that has been presented or that you guys have had access to that would present a problem that would keep the obstacle from coming. Because they're clearly very informed. They clearly have a staff, a consultant that at the co-op that is very well respected. So I would just like to leave here knowing that we're almost there, and whether I'm likely going to be here in December anyway, so whether we Zoom or not, and I think Dr. Atwell and her staff will be here. But I would just like to kind of know that we're headed there in that right direction. And if there is a major concern, I'd like to know about it today before we leave, so we have the details that we need in order to get over this hurdle.
I would say there's been a lot of great work done so far, and I think you're almost there. I just think that, as Mr. Baldwin said, I think the process needs to play out, and I think you need to just finish out those last little details, but that's just me speaking. Anybody else have any comments?
No, I feel like that hopefully in my comments that you were able to receive that I'm very supportive of what you guys are doing, what you have worked on thus far. Unless there is a mechanism that would say you can't move forward on these pieces until we have a clearer understanding of the day in the life and that you're 100% clear on what your expectations are for your work-based learning without us asking you to come back. Because if we don't, then how are we able to review these pieces before then you're able to go forward and start to implement? And maybe there are some things like that we shared today that just need to be cleaned up so you can have a good implementation process. So that's where my reservation I feel like that you guys are almost there. There's just some pieces that just need to be cleaned up in order for me to feel comfortable that when you start doing the work, even with having to make some adjustments, that they're not going to have to be major adjustments, like not being, not including in there I just keep going back to, I just wouldn't want you to get a flag because you didn't realize that, oh, we needed to do this. And then you get reports from, the standards office, you're like, oh, nobody told me this. And so there's just some things I think that if you just had some more conversations with maybe our office, to talk with our work-based starting office, to talk with our pathways advisors that can help you understand how that rolls out, then you could start off with a far stronger plan to move forward that would prevent you from having the hiccups along the way. And that's just what, from my standpoint, I'm just wanting to make sure that takes place. And so I'm with Dr. Moore. I don't think that you would have to come back down to Little Rock. I think that that would be something that could be done through a Zoom to provide that information, so that, because again, I am also aware of that, I went to University of Arkansas Fayetteville. I remember passing Mountain Berg all the time. So that's not the closest drive. And so it wouldn't be effective to do that.
Yeah, and I would agree, and when I provide feedback, I didn't mention this today, but I will provide feedback. I didn't see, except for the graphic from CTE's Venn diagram, much about industry recognized certifications. So that would be something that would really speak volumes too, because part of the reason you go through all these pathways is so you can graduate ready to go into the workforce. And I know that as we develop the career diploma as part of LEARNS, that's going to be a big piece as well. So in your planning, you might want to think about that as well, because that's going to be part of the career diploma.
So we'll go ahead and fill out our voting sheets and then provide feedback.
voted for. I support the motion to ask the Mountain Bird administration to return with additional information at the December meeting. This information should include an outline of a student's stay, consideration of work-based learning requirements, and review of naming of courses to reduce confusion. They have a strong foundation for a CTE model that can provide enhanced resources for our students in rural communities that will be improved with additional discussions and planning.
Mr. Davis?
I support the motion to have the Mountain Bird School District clarify certain aspects of the application and return to present the update to seek approval. Point of clarification, will they have access to the voting sheet, therefore enabling them to understand exactly what we're asking them to do?
We can, and what we can also do is provide any other feedback that the panel may have.
Yeah, and I would just offer up the idea that when you return, that you specifically speak to those things, with the recognition that there may be some additional panel members who aren't here today, right? And so I don't want you to go down sort of the murky road of opening up other things that others, I mean, it could get. So just respond to what's being asked.
Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, I support the motion to allow the Mountain Bird education team to have more time to develop specifics of the level 2 and 3 education plans that you all talked about with us today. With such redeveloped plans presenting examples of the day in the life of the student and accountability standards for business partners, just examples, doesn't have to be tied down, but just a few examples for us to see. With that information presented at the December CAP meeting.
Dr. Moore?
I support the motion for Mountain Bird to bring back additional information for consideration during the December meeting. Further details are needed related to the day in the life of a student, how oversight with business industry partners will be handled, and plans for following CTE pathways, including the standards, industry recognized credentials, and work-based learning guidelines. We will provide written feedback to the district for clarity on what additional insight is needed. I applaud and am in strong favor of such an opportunity for rural students and appreciate the innovative thinking and leadership demonstrated.
And then I voted in support of the motion to have the Mountain Berg School District provide further information on the, if my thing will quit jumping around, on the structure of the flexible school day outside of the school and its oversight. I'm looking forward to seeing this plan in its entirety and excited about the possibilities. Thank y'all very much. I think what we'll do now, if everybody's in favor, is we'll break for lunch.
Oh.
Does that sound good?
Yeah, sure. I didn't realize it was 1 o'clock.
I know Newport's really
I
happy
know.
they got here before 9 a.m.
Yeah. We're good with okay. And when do we want to return? 1:30? Is that?
Yeah, that should give them time to go through,
Yeah.
grab something quick.
The meeting's called to order. Ms. Summons?
Good afternoon, Doris Summons, Office of Public Charter Schools. The Newport School District has submitted an application to convert Newport High School to the Academies of Newport High School. The school will serve grades 8 through 12 and follow a traditional college prep, career and technical with a virtual option educational model. We have several representatives from Newport who are here to speak on their behalf.
Thank you very much. Will all those who plan on speaking on behalf of the Newport Charter School please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you very much. You may begin.
John Bradley, Superintendent. First, let me apologize for the collective groan that went out a while ago for the lunch announcement. So I apologize. First thing I want to do is we've obviously brought quite a few people with us for support, so I'd kind of like to run through those real quick if I can. Mr. Bo Reynolds from Train, Lieutenant Tarwater and Callahan from Newport Fire Department, Ms. Kay Pates, one of our board members, Michelle Brand from Unity Health. I'm not sure if Mr. Davis is still here, ICEV rep. Our mayor, Mr. Derek Ratliff. Grover Welch is our district testing coordinator. Joey McKnight, technology coordinator. Candace Long is our high school counselor. Mr. Richard Greer, our high school principal. Heather Graham is our LEA special ed director. And Dr. Nancy Churchwell is our financial director. Officer Matt Duval is our SRO at the high school. And Dr. Jerry Bryant from Arkansas State University, Newport. And then my other two colleagues that will present, they'll announce themselves. So, okay, first, my job is to give you a little background information about Newport, and then also a little bit of the rationale in our decision to apply for this charter and kind of the vision before they go more in depth with the actual numbers and the plan. So a little bit of history about our community. Newport is a rural community in northeast Arkansas, population a little less than 8,000 people. Our district covers over 330 square miles. The median household income is just below $38,000. 23.8% of our people in the district have an income below the poverty line. The graduation rate, and this is a 5-year average, is between 78 and 80%. Only 11.3% of people in our district have a bachelor's degree or higher. So all of these were among the determining factors when we decided to apply for the district conversion charter. There we go. We believe that the opportunities that we're going to create through this will be true advantages for our students at Newport School District once they graduate. And you see right there, it says we know that what we're doing is not working for all our students. Right now, there seems to be a trend to devalue traditional education and to see the benefit of it. And so we've seen some of that with some of our students and through either attendance or our graduation rate specifically. So we know that we need to innovate. Some of the rationale, we want to raise our graduation rates. We are a rural location, but we're also an economic hub for the county that we're in. We're kind of the largest town in our county, and a lot of things do happen there. We also want to promote workplace literacy. What we found, literacy is one of the things that we are really approaching heavily in our district, but we found that our students in the CTE programs perform much better with technical manuals and reading technical manuals for literacy reasons. We also have the PD, the 7 C's for our educational resources. We want to improve our career and college pathways, apprenticeships, and work-based learning. We obviously want to improve our school letter grade. And then the next stat is something that we've really discussed a lot in our community. We have more than 3,000 workers that drive into our county every day for work that do not live in our district. One of the reasons is we do not have the qualified employees to work to do those jobs. So we've really reached out to our community to try to find out the needs that we have. We want to offer our students the opportunity to have earlier experiences in workforce development. And obviously there's some finances involved with the need for training and our partnerships and programs, but this is a community involvement and we want to promote our service learning. The mission statement that we have, academies at Newport will educate, empower, and assist our students to excel in an academic setting that will prepare them to be successful in all areas of life. We will provide personalized learning that leads to real-world experiences and opportunities to prepare our students for college and/or career excellence. And we're really focusing on the personalized learning part of it. We'll educate our students with highly qualified instructors in high wage, high demand, high skilled areas. We'll also offer concurrent credit, AP courses, and technical programming through our CTE programs, as well as using ASU Newport and other online options to best meet the needs of our students. We are using a combination of the career academy model and college preparatory model. We want to empower our students no matter what field, career, or pathway they choose, utilizing our school counselors, career coach, and teachers to assist students in their chosen area. We will mentor, guide our students to become successful and well-rounded. Through the experience of community service, work-based learning, internships, guidance, these students will gain valuable on-the-job training as well as the soft skills that they need to be successful in the real world. We want to empower our students through advising and counseling using Zello and student success plans, host job fairs. We currently host one of these every year. We would like to do more of that and involve to expand the region that we use for that for our students. Creating mock interviews to give them experience through certifications, concurrent credit, advanced placement opportunities. ASU Ignite is a good program that our school's involved in with our students to work through with the college. Certifications, concentrator, completer status through our CTE programs, and we have a very extensive CTE program. We offer more than many schools around us, whether they're much bigger than us or not. So we have a big CTE program. We feel like we can expand on that. College and career ready for all students enrolled in the academies, and then our lunch and learn sessions with local businesses and colleges that are presenting. We want our students to excel in all areas. With the help of all involved, our students will be given the opportunity through various student organizations, competitions, community service learning to be well prepared to enter the workforce or go on to college. Students will have acquired all the content knowledge in their classes, have test scores and certifications needed for their field, and have the soft skills, study skills, and communication skills necessary for their success. The academies at Newport High School will provide students an opportunity to complete various CTE pathways, AP classes, and concurrent college credit. By relying on students' interest in the needs of our community business and industry leaders, new and innovative pathways are emerging during this planning process. This charter will allow students to choose various pathways to include medical, firefighter, aviation, digital marketing, plant science, agri-power and technical structures, food production, robotics, cybersecurity, JAG, work-based learning, apprenticeships, and JROTC, along with advanced placement and Ignite and concurrent courses. And I'm going to turn it over to our CTE program coordinator.
Okay, we have ongoing meetings with our local business and industry as well as community, parents, students. We do this all the time. We start with our advisory council meeting and then with the completion of the comprehensive local needs assessment done on an annual basis. We update that constantly. So we've done that, and we've seen some areas that we could add that would actually assist the workforce and also help our kids enter those high-wage, high-demand, high-skilled jobs. We always utilize a needs assessment, and we're always looking at work-based learning opportunities and internship experience for students within the workforce. And then we are always looking for vertical alignment with post-secondary institutions. One internship that popped up the other day was we just started a new construction addition to our cafeteria. I was in a meeting, a think tank at Jonesboro, and Nabholz was there, and I just said, hey, we've got some JAG students that might benefit. And sure enough, we're going to work that out with them. So it's opportunities for our students. Our current CTE programs include JROTC. Last year, we piloted the first certifications in the state that were offered through FEMA, and we were actually awarded an award through FEMA for that certification. We have JAG and work-based learning, a total of 53 kids in those classes, and I believe 37 completed the ACT NCRC work exam last year. Digital marketing is new this year. She offers MOS specialists and EverFi for certifications. Food production, we actually have a cafe on campus where the students serve meals. Lots of community members come in. She does ServSafe food handler and ServSafe manager. We have a great computer science teacher who is offering CompTIA for the first time in school history. We have agri-power and technical structures who does OSHA 10, plant science, OSHA 10, and Master Gardener.
pharmacy tech on campus. She does first aid, CPR, and first aid. If you'll notice at the bottom of that picture, for the 21-22 school year, we had 25 certifications. We upped that number to 130 last year, and that took some work. But I think that after speaking, my ROTC first sarge had to leave. He drives a bus in the afternoon. But we had our planning meeting, and he said, how many certifications do you want? Certifications. The more kids that can get that certification and be prepared, the better off we are. I think he said he had 134 kids between him and Colonel Jones. He said 134. That's what we're going to do. So just in JROTC, so we're going to probably double that number of certifications for this year. And then last year for the 2022-23 school year, we had 126 concentrators, and we expect that to be up as well. Okay, getting students involved in classes and student organizations lead to a higher success rate in the academic setting. Kids become part of something, and this is through the career and technical student organizations. We currently have FBLA, FCCLA, HOSA, TSA, and JAG and JROTC on our campus. The majority of the community service hours performed by our district are performed by students in those CTE programs of study, those clubs. So it really does help to get the kids involved. I love data. We do use data to drive our programming and instruction, so this is very important. This information was pulled from the 2020-22 CTE single LEA report on performance measures for concentrators, graduation rates. If you'll notice, starting with 2019, 91.25% is well above the state target. 2020, 95%. 2021, we were down 89.09. 2022, we were 95%. That's for CTE concentrators. On My School Info for the same year, the high school graduation rate was 76%. That is a 19-point difference. So kids involved in CTE organizations, classes, and clubs are outperforming their peers in the overall school numbers. This is single LEA report on performance measures for concentrators, academic proficiency in reading, language arts. If you will notice, for the years 2019 through 22, we are above all state targets in all areas. 2022, academic proficiency in math, 2019 through 2022, we are above state targets in all areas. 2022, academic proficiency in science, again above targets for all areas, 2019 through 22. The overall school is actually below, overall numbers are below all targets. So CTE is above, overall school is below. Okay, some additional programs of study that we are looking at and have partnered with some local business and industry to really look at. And this includes labor market growth projections, which we know are very important. Emergency medical technician is showing a growth of 5%, the 10-year projected growth. Firefighter, 12.3. Criminal justice, growth 11.4. We do have 2 prisons in Newport, along with a city and county police department. Aviation drones, that was a hard one to find, but that growth rate is at 10%. Pre-educator, we all know we're in short supply. The growth there was 12.3%. And other areas we are looking at include HVAC, plumbing, electrical, real estate, and court reporting. And those numbers did come, from the U.S. Department of Labor Statistics and Mr. John Chadwell from the Newport Economic Development Council.
Good afternoon. Amy Thaxton. I'm the Director of Curriculum, Federal Programs, and I work with AP and Honors and several other little random things in our district. So it's a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm going to talk about concurrent credit to start with. Some of our goals and some of the reasons why we feel that we need this charter is that we want to raise ACT scores, IQ Placer scores, and other college entry exams.
As you can see by those statistics there, we are below the state average at Newport High School. And however, just like in other places, CTE tends to do better. And so we want to be able to provide more supports for our students through a variety of programs, such as more ACT boot camps, using On to College, and we have started doing a few of those things now, but we want to have the ability to push those on and forward. We want to be able to, when we meet with our students and and as we move forward, we want to help look at scores, look at super scores, and how can we help students get to where they need to be so they can be where they need to in the future. We want to provide more opportunities for those exams. We have a lot of students who do not take ACT until up in the 11th grade, and we want to be able to push those tests down and have the support and the encouragement for those students through mentorships with teachers and through relationships so that we can boost our students up. And we want to increase the number of students enrolled in concurrent courses. What we have found is that we don't have as many students in concurrent courses right now because we don't have students who have the scores to be in concurrent courses. So one of our goals for this charter is to raise those scores through different programs so that we can raise those concurrent numbers and get our students ready for the future. Advanced placement. We want to promote more advanced placement in our district. We currently offer the 4 requirements, and we also offer 3 additional courses, but we want to be able to offer additional courses for students as well. And we plan to do that through, virtual learning and some other options. One thing we've talked about through this process is that we've identified that some of our special education students are not being in CTE courses as much as we would like for them to, and so we want to help promote those students through early intervention and through mentorships with teachers and building those relationships and letting them see those pathways so that we can promote and push those students in areas that they are interested in. We've also met with some other sources like ASU Newport's Ignite program, and we've talked about we have a lot of students who would like to go into the medical area, and they have had a hard time passing the CNA coursework, but the test at the end. But they do really well in phlebotomy, which does not require a test at the end. And so how can we reach these students who can be productive citizens, and how can we better them for the future through pathways such as that? Community partners. This, like we said, is a service learning model, and we would want to work with our community, and we've been meeting with them, and we know that we are producing the future workforce for our community. Like Mr. Bradley said, we're the anchor for our county. We have lots of people who drive in, and we want to share with our students the opportunities that are right here at home and how they can become productive citizens and make a very good and livable wage right here in Newport. As you'll also see on community partners, we've been working to really build our community service hours. As you'll see, it says 2,102 during the 22-23 school year, and this year when we built this slideshow, it was at 1,377. As of yesterday, it was at 2,222 hours. So we have already surpassed last year, and we are not even halfway through the school year. So those are things that we're working on now, and we want to continue to work on in the future. And then these next slides are really important. We want to talk about what does it look like for a day in the life of a student at the Newport Academies. And so we wanted to kind of start, what does it look like for a junior high student, an 8th grade student or under? And so this is our vision for that. How does that schedule going to look different? Well, we're going to push some career courses down, some of the very basic courses. We know we can't push all CTE courses first year down. We're going to push a couple of those down so that they can begin to get their feet wet in career pathways and opportunities. We're going to offer more college and concurrent pathways, and we're going to show the students what that looks like at an earlier age. We want students to be provided with a variety of opportunity and experiences. We want them to be paired with mentors. We plan to partner with educational elements to help us train all staff on the ability to understand where are we wanting to go as a district, where are we wanting to go in this building, and how are we going to get our kids into those career and technical pathways and that college readiness, and how can we be efficient and effective at that. And then we want to push down, as they get older, some of those other coursework, and we'll see that here. So a day in the life of a student who's 9 through 12, mentoring will continue. The mentors will become more focused and more in their focus area. We will emphasize personal learning, and we realize that if we have student A, student B, and student C, that their days may look very different. One student could be on a regular school pathway, just they want to graduate high school, meet the requirements that we're currently at, and move on. One student may be taking AP coursework in 9th and 10th grade, so that then we can help them through ASU and concurrent courses, put them into more of an associate's degree type program during their junior and senior years. Another student may be wanting to become a firefighter, and so we will work with our local fire department to bring in someone to help teach those courses. They may do that in their 11th and 12th grade year in the morning for a few hours, and then have regular coursework in the afternoon. So we want to really be able to build those internships in, the work-based learning in, and those opportunities for community service learning projects in within our school day. And these are just some great pictures and some examples of some of our really awesome kiddos. And then just to hit really briefly, the waivers that we are requesting will be flexible scheduling and will be teacher licensure. Under flexible scheduling, we just want to allow ample time for students to be able to explore, to shadow, to intern, or to meet the requirements for graduation, as well as meet their CTE and career and technical goals. And then under teacher licensure, we want to be able to bring in teacher community partners as instructors, and because we know they're experts in their field, and we have brought some in already through the traditional pathway, but we also realize that these are people who are in high demand jobs, and they don't always have the flexibility to go back to school and take additional coursework to meet training requirements for the state, and so sometimes we may need some more options. And so in conclusion, we are wanting to create an educational model based upon the needs of our community and our students, with personalized learning that creates individual pathways that leads to future success. We want to help students create outputs and growth-emphasized learning. And we are very thankful for you today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Haywood?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Kaylee Haywood. I'm one of the attorneys here for the Department of Education, and I went over the waiver request that Newport is requesting today, and so I was just going to do the legal review for that. Their first waiver request is, as she stated, the flexible schedule, school schedule. Specifically, they're requesting to waive statute 616-102, and I have no concerns with that at all. No legal concerns there.
The second topic request that they are asking to waive is teacher licensure. And specifically, they had asked to waive Arkansas Code Annotated 617-401 et sec, 617-918, and 617-9108, as well as the standards for accreditation 4-D.1 and the educator licensure rules. Just to clarify, and I believe that they are going to modify, that's my understanding, and they're asking to modify that to specifically request a waiver of 617-401 and 617-418 only, not the entire 401 statutes. So that would be modified, and also it was my recommendation, and I believe they're accepting this recommendation as well, that they add waivers of Arkansas Code Annotated 615-1004, 617-309, 617-902, 617-908, as well as 617-919. And it's my understanding that they are accepting that recommendation to add those statutes in as well in order to fully effectuate the waiver. And lastly, the two statutes that they had referenced, 617-918 and 617-9108, are actually not relating to teacher licensure. I think those may have just been typographical errors. And so they are, my understanding is they're accepting my recommendation to withdraw the request for those particular statutes. Okay. It's my understanding Mr. Walter told me they are not withdrawing their request on 617-918. He's going to explain that particular waiver.
Okay.
Waiver request. And then lastly, I believe they're accepting my recommendation to correct, just to specify that the name of the rule they're specifically wanting to waive is DESE rules governing educator licensure. And so I believe that is all I have for the legal review.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Walter?
Good afternoon, Trip Walter, Staff Attorney, APSRC. I agree with all the legal comments, and on behalf of Newport, we'll accept those with the exception of 617-918. That is a teacher licensure waiver in this respect. If a school is unlicensed and hires unlicensed teachers, then 617-918 talks about the ability of paying only licensed teachers, so this would give the district the ability to pay any unlicensed teachers out of the usual teacher salary fund.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Questions? Dr. Wright McMurray?
Thank you for your presentation and providing. Sorry. Okay, you're ready to start moving at once. So I did have a couple of questions as it relates to. I'm trying to get back to the slide, and I don't quite know how to tell you to get there again. My slides aren't numbered, but when it speaks to on the a day in the life of a student 8th and under, and you're mentioning pushing down certain courses, but you don't really specify which courses those would be. So I was just kind of wanting to get a clearer understanding of what your plan is for that.
So our understanding is that there are some math courses moving down. We know that we can move some CTE courses, not by us, by the state.
Yeah.
But we can move some CTE courses down as well, so that the kids that are ready to take those can. We don't want to move them all down by any means, because we don't feel like all of them need to be moved down. But we may move Survey of Ag down, Survey of Business down. I think the food production teacher did not want hers moved down because of the knives and some things like that, but just flexibility there.
Okay, because that's where I was a little unclear exactly what your plan is for that. And typically we would kind of see laid out, especially when you've already identified which pathways you're wanting to use, more laid out based on the pathway, what your plan was for those courses that you're going to move down, the level 1 courses that you're going to move down from the freshman year to the 8th grade year.
Well, and we're waiting to see what happens between now and December with the career diploma as well.
Okay.
So we're waiting on some of those updates.
Okay. And then I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, we're also looking at possibly moving down some of the core classes. So algebra moving down, geometry possibly moving down to create some space later in their upper grade levels for them to be able to take some of these pathways. That's kind of what we were looking at.
Okay. And then I'm trying to get back to. And I think was mentioned under student services, and it's item 13 on my page. Not quite sure if that you're saying on your page. Just for clarification, where it speaks to, we will have 3 counselors on staff. 2 will be Newport School District employees, and 1 will be the career coach.
Yes.
So just wanting to make sure that you are not officially accounting that career coach as a school counseling staff, because we don't require them to have a counseling degree or training, and so although they may do quite a bit of the career and college planning, we just don't have the expectations that schools would include that as a way to address the ratio number for students that are served.
We have 2 that will cover the numbers. That's a bonus, but I want the career coach is so critical to our school and our students that I wanted to be sure to include that there.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Davis?
Just a couple of questions from me. How did you've talked a little bit about what courses, it sounds as if you say may or may not move, right? Mm-hmm. How did you determine what those courses were? So for example, you just mentioned, a teacher who wasn't comfortable with moving a course because of the equipment that's being used, right? Is there something that you can show us exactly which courses will be moved? It sounds like some of them are core courses, some of them are CTE courses. Do we have real clarity about what that looks like?
So I am the CTE director and have met with my CTE teachers, and I've gotten feedback from them. We've put nothing in writing, and we are actually, Ms. Candace Long, our school counselor, to come and speak to this.
Candace Long, I'm the high school counselor. Some of the things that we have talked about specifically with those courses that we are wanting to look to move down, Algebra 1 and Geometry are on the table right now to be moved down to the 7th and 8th grade level. Per the state, that is something that we are looking at. We do not know fully yet how our students are going to respond to that. There are some things that we want to discuss and make sure that our elementary also knows that there are standards and expectations that they would have to be able to do. But that option is there to be able to move that Algebra 1 down to 7th grade. That would move our geometry down to the 8th grade level, which would open up our Algebra 2 to be at 9th grade, which would open our trig and pre-cal to 10th grade, which that would give your 11th and 12th grade courses the ability to then use those CTE. They could use those for the CTE slots, which is what we're trying to do to get them career ready for once they graduate. We've also looked at the possibility of there is something I remember about the AP courses. They're able to move down to the 9th and 10th grade level. That is something that we are also discussing. That also is going to come with criteria, teacher recommendation, looking at student test scores before we would allow those courses to be just anybody to take, basically. We have looked at moving our JROTC 1 down to
Looked at or will be moving?
Will be moving.
Okay.
Those we will be moving. Yeah. JROTC, Survey of Ag, hang on because I have a little schedule. Survey of Ag, Robotics 1, Cybersecurity, which would cover for them to be able to get their computer science course credit out of the way needed for graduation. We are also going to move Art 1 down as well for our 8th grade course, and we are going to, I believe we are going to move our PE and health down as well to our 8th grade.
And you're aware you have to go through the course approval process for all of that?
Yes,
okay.
And we are in the process
okay.
of that right now as well.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
And do you have an idea on what may be, you mentioned the idea of CTE sort of backfilling some of those in the upper grades. What if a student decides not to do the CTE? Then what are their options?
Okay.
So
it could be, and it, like I said, student A, student B, student C, it could be they enroll in Ignite programs at ASU Newport. It could be that they enroll in concurrent courses, or it could be that that student wasn't ready for algebra in the 7th grade or in the 8th grade, and they are on a traditional path where they may be taking algebra in 9th grade and filling their day with just general regular education courses. So we are not planning on scrapping all of the old. We realize that that shoe fits some students, but we want the opportunity for those who are ready and for those who are on go to be able to move forward.
Yeah, I appreciate that. With that always comes the complication of scheduling.
Yes, yes.
So talk to me a little bit like what that looks like, or do you have an idea on how you manage all of that?
We do. We've met and we've talked about that. We know that
you fought about it, you cried about it, you
we
celebrated
did.
about it.
We've had some dirty looks across tables.
Yeah.
We've done some interesting things. We know that if we push algebra down to when we do to 7th grade, that's going to open up that teacher for either some upper math later on, or free them up to offer that course again for a specific group of students. And I understand there's going to be some trickery to that, because we may have 10th, 11th, and 12th graders in that classroom together. So there will be some inventive scheduling to make this all work. And we're ready to put in that work.
We would be working as a team all together to ensure that we had a schedule that fits what our students need and what we are trying to accomplish.
Go ahead.
I do want to just insert that we have 3 teachers that are certified with a 413 endorsement, a 4th scheduled to go through that training in January. If those students chose not to do true CTE concurrent, there's always work-based learning and internships, and we've got some great things going on in Newport right now. And then we did include scheduling with the college and career academies. This is like flying to the moon. None of us have done it. We admit we need some help with scheduling and thought that would be a great place to insert that training and professional development for administrators and counselors.
Something else that was mentioned, and maybe we're touching on it here, the idea of the mentorships, the flexible school schedule. Like, what does that look like? I'm trying to get a better idea around what that, when you talk about mentorship, is that a student going to someone, I think you mentioned someone coming to the school.
So part of why we've brought so many people with us is that we have received a lot of buy-in from outside of our building in the community. And so that will look like several different things. And I know that seems broad, but we want to personalize the learning for each student. So for one student, it may be that they are doing firefighter and EMT, and so they may be on campus working. There are required hours that they will have to get that require them to go out and do some internship work and those kind of things. And there will be, like she said, multiple people trained on our campus to help assist with those type of things. I don't know if I'm answering your question fully. So
I think you are.
Okay.
I mean, I think you're attempting to answer the question.
And we are using Zello and the student success plans, which are required. We are really giving those a shot in the arm and getting teachers excited about what we're doing with these programs.
we do have an advisory period also built into our day now, and we will continue to have that. And during that time, there will be times when students will meet with their advisors and their mentors, and they will hash out some of those future plans. What we hope to do and what we will do when we leave here today is that we know that we're going to have to be on go. We're going to have to get ready. We've already discussed moving up our meetings for those students this year in late January, early February, so that we can adequately plan that schedule to meet the appropriate needs of all of our students, instead of getting ready. So we'll be pre-planning before the pre-planning phase even starts. And we recognize that.
We have implemented lunch and learns this year. I've got a group of 4 young men from the EAST program that are inviting businesses and individuals in to speak to our students. They grab their lunch and they come and hear these career opportunities, different career fields. And some of those just happen to be what we've included in the charter. So we're gauging interest and getting kids excited about what could be happening in Newport.
No more questions right now.
We actually have a question from someone who's on the charter panel but can't be here physically today, and she just wants to know, why are you going the teacher licensure route with a waiver instead of technical permits?
So we actually are utilizing technical permits. However, I included court reporting. We know how important this job is. There is not a technical permit for court reporting. Our first lunch and learn that my boys in this East group planned this year was real estate. I had my real estate license at 18. Why could we not do that? But there's not a tech permit for that. There are other options, but we wanted not to leave those important careers out of the conversation.
So I guess her next question would probably be, knowing her, those areas that you can obtain technical permits in, would you seek to obtain those technical permits?
I am the expert at obtaining technical permits. In fact, my school resource officer and school nurse already have those because I anticipated they would probably help out with some classes.
Thank you. Mr. Baldwin?
All right, thank you. It's good to see everybody here, and I think that says a lot about Newport, that you all have come. I like seeing firemen and police officers and everybody else, because a lot of this is tied to how well the community participates, and it's got to be a partnership between lots of different folks. So going back to your day in the life of, and I commend you all for doing that. That's very helpful to us. And so you had 2 days in the life. You had one that was a younger child. Was that 9th grade or 8th and 9th? So going back to Mr. Davis's question about the mentors. So you had mentorship in that 8th and 9th grade student. Would that be? Tell us who the mentors would be for that level of child.
Yeah. So our plan is that every staff member at the school will have to help with that, because we do not want one person to have 30 people they are mentoring and one person to have 5. So it would be a share the wealth across the whole entire campus. At the younger grades, it would just be more of a divide, and as they hit that transition between 8th into 9th grade, then their mentor could change into a more focused person. So say we have someone who is more medical driven, they want to go into the medical field, then we would do our best to put all of those students with our CTE teacher who teaches MedPro, and so that person could help guide those students. Now, we know that there are going to be kids, because there are adults who change their mind, so there are going to be kids who change their mind. So we know we're going to have a little bit of flexibility with that, with our staff, and for them to understand that we may have to shift and change. And in part of our charter application, we went with educational elements to bring in some PD to help the whole entire staff understand that, and to help us make sure we have all of our bases covered.
Okay. So the mentors for the younger children will be professional teachers.
Yes.
Okay. So and the mentorship will be on campus.
Yes.
And ongoing, the counselor will be like the supervisor. We're all her helpers.
Okay.
She's going to oversee it. We're going to implement with the students.
Gotcha.
Yes.
So as the
high school principal.
Yeah.
So the current model is we assign every student a mentor. They start their day with their mentor. Under the advisory of the career coach and the counseling, we keep tabs and help them goal set and plan and make them and stay the course on their direction. So we want that process to continue. As students get older, we can be more strategic about who their mentor is. As they're younger,
sure those licensed teachers are building relationships, goal setting, planning, making sure those students are on direction and targeted towards going somewhere. We're also planning on some events this year for our younger kids to get them excited about CTE, what we can do where they rotate to the different CTE programs we offer, and those teachers and students can do activities so the students have an idea when they start planning forward. Sometimes 7th grade students, 8th grade students don't know exactly what they're planning for, so we ask them what they want to do and what direction they want to go. So we're going to try to give them a lot more exposure so they have more conversations they can have with those mentors. Thank you.
Okay. That's helpful. So, and for us up here, I think we like the younger kids being mentored by professional teachers, at the school. As kids grow and they become interested, say, in being a fireman, at some point you will place them with a fireman mentor, is what I understand. Would that mentorship be at the school, or would it be possibly at the fire station?
So they will always have a teacher mentor as well as a partnership with those outside entities. Because, once again, every day those students will be assigned to those areas where you have teacher guidance. But we don't want to limit that exposure. We want them to connect with firefighters if that's what they want to go into. But the teacher helps facilitate those relationships. Does that make sense?
Would you ever get to the point in this process where the student would be spending time at the fire station, a couple days a week, or would this be always more of a mentorship?
So I'm just going to tell you, this is my second year back at Newport. I started there many years ago. Lieutenant Tarwater is my neighbor. He's a firefighter. We've had discussions about workforce shortages, and he said, is there any way? I said, there is always a way, always. I need for you to attend advisory meetings. I need for you to come and talk to my students. We can make this happen. So they would spend some time at the fire department, and our hope is that we are producing the workforce for our own community. And when we looked at labor market data, we looked at local area, we looked at regional, as well as state. So something like firefighting is not just a shortage in Newport, it's statewide. Education is statewide. So we really focused in on those areas that were shortage areas.
Okay. That makes sense. And I think you have other businesses probably also. I know Greenway is based in Newport, and there's sales jobs in that organization. There's service technicians. There's all kinds of opportunities there, and it looks like you all have a lot of history of doing this already, even before you come to get a charter for it. My last question would be to explain to me the relationship with ASU Newport, and it sounds like you have a current relationship with them, and just tell us about how that works and what you expect and they expect from that.
Dr. Jeree Bryant, Dean for Academic Success at Arkansas State University, Newport. Under my office is the early college programs, and so that includes our career coaches, that includes our concurrent program, and that includes our secondary center. And so we have an established relationship with Newport in all of those capacities, have been maintaining it, and we have an active partnership where we work to develop with consideration of the community where our main campus is. And so they have available all of the things that they said to them because they participate in that way, the same way we offer those services to other schools.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have. Dr. Moore?
So speaking of the early college, and is there going to be a lot of opportunity or any opportunity for concurrent credit for the CTE pathways? I know that you're already doing the concurrent otherwise, because that's something in our recent CTE audit from the state, from a third-party vendor, we saw that we do not have as many opportunities for concurrent CTE as we need to.
So we were just approved for the digital marketing state startup this year. Our teacher is teaching it currently and can teach it concurrently. Our main problem is our students don't have test scores, but we are moving towards that model because I think it is critical to get these kids credit where we can get them credit and also have those highly qualified teachers, because a teacher with a master's degree has more education
And the student's still going to get the certifications, but we are moving towards that, yes.
And just a reminder for the CTE programs of study, if it's actual CTE course, the 19 does not apply. That's for the core courses.
Okay, and then another one we're working on, it's on our approved list, but we don't currently have anyone in it, is pre-educator. And I feel like if we had one of our own teachers, grow your own, recruiting our own students, we would do better. So we're looking at our own faculty and staff and seeing who has those established relationships with our students, and we want to pull them in and make them a part of that program to build it.
Okay. And then on your application, I noticed that 100% virtual was checked, that box, but I didn't see a lot in the application about that. Can you speak to what that was referring to?
Sorry. So I am the homeschool person too for our district, and we have seen a trend over the last several years of a improvement. Well, I shouldn't say improvement. A rise in enrollment in homeschool since COVID because of several factors that I'm sure you've heard multiple times. People find it easier. Some students just don't want to come to school anymore, and so we have looked at several virtual options to, even through APSRC, to offer as well. We don't have a virtual option at Newport right now, and part of that has been because it's not very cost effective for us. We have a very, our range is very wide, K through 12, and with the requirements, we would have to have a teacher that is K through 12 certified to be there and offer those things. And so we wanted to make sure that we have the ability to offer some virtual programs through some additional programs, like I said, through APSRC or those kind of things, bringing that in for students.
So this application is to also have 100% virtual option.
To have an option. Correct.
Because I didn't see anything else in the application about it.
It's for a class. Yeah, and it's not 100%, but like this year we had one student that wanted a class we did not offer. So we scrambled, and what we did was found an online class for that student.
Does the application say that anywhere? I mean, did y'all
That
understand the
actually
application?
happened in
when I was talking
I
about
think that happened during the
Okay.
application process.
So,
Let me
and
find it.
for that, you wouldn't necessarily need any kind of waiver or any designation to do that. You could just offer that.
Okay.
Yeah.
My thought when I saw that was it was just a mistake.
Take it out.
That you checked.
Yeah, so if you're not wanting to offer like a complete separate
Right.
online school,
Then we're okay.
I think that may not be part of this application.
And that is part of like the AP that I was talking about. Clearly, we don't have the staff to offer every AP class that's available, but we may have a student who wants a particular class, and that's what happened this year. And so I went out, I found a resource that could offer that virtually, and then we offered that class just to those students who were interested.
And like
we,
that doesn't require
So,
waiver.
okay.
No, that doesn't.
okay.
On your first question, you asked about the CTE classes concurrently. We also have an Ignite program with ASU, so we currently have students, 18 of I believe, right now enrolled in concurrent CTE classes.
Okay, that's what I was hoping. Good. And then let me see. Could you speak just a little more? And I applaud your efforts to offer all these opportunities, just like we told the last group. When you're a rural school, it's so important that students have opportunities. So I just was in Newport yesterday at ASU Newport for a meeting, so I'm very familiar with the area. Grew up in Batesville, and I'm glad to see those students have opportunities. And you do have the day in the life, but even reading the day in the life, I'm still not real clear. You've applied for a couple of waivers, but just in the broad scheme of things, I don't see how things are different much than just a regular traditional school. Like, could you explain a little more of what you're doing that's different than what the current CTE standards and pathways do not allow with work-based learning classes that they have? I'm just trying to understand it better.
Yeah, the difference is when we talk about wanting to be able to offer our kids more opportunities, we have some things that we obviously can't do that we need some help with, to be able to bring some people in to enhance the programs that we already have that we wouldn't be able to do without this charter.
And I think that's the way that we're looking at it, moving those classes down to create more opportunities and space for kids to take things, even have the ability to change because there'll be some flexibility in their schedule, and to have kids that can be on and off campus. And I don't mean on and off in the sense of like what we looked at before with another school with certain days on, certain days off. They'll be on campus with us every day, but there'll be things that they need to be doing off campus as well that we can't offer right now. And so that's the difference in how we looked at it is the sense that we need to be able to offer some more opportunities for our kids that we can't in the traditional setting. Does that make sense?
It does, but like I'm sure Amanda's familiar with what Dr. Rott McMurray talked about earlier, like the 3 different courses, whether it's career practicum, pre-apprenticeship, or what I leave out.
Internship.
Yeah, internship. With those, so you're saying those would not meet the needs of your students right now using those courses?
I think some of those courses meet the needs of our students, but when we're, our model is to be more personalized to individual kids, and so we know that we need to be able to broaden that. And one of the things I think, and I kind of skipped over it when I first started talking, and I probably should have, graduation rate for us and attendance rate is something that we feel like that we really need to address to get our students more engaged, and to be able to do that, we need to broaden the spectrum of what we offer for our kids, and to be able to engage them and get them to school. And I know everybody's having that issue, but when we look at our scores as a school, attendance and graduation rate affect us quite a bit. And we know that we have students that are interested in these pathways, and we know that we can get them on campus and get them back involved.
Right. Thank you.
I actually have a couple more. One is, and you would know this, and pardon my inability to know a lot of the legal numbers and policy numbers, but we're not attempting to waive any sort of accountability standards for students.
Absolutely not.
Okay, just want to make sure that is the case. And the second question I had was around the courses and being pushed down. Is that something that you plan to do? On a couple of times it sort of said, well, we're waiting to see with the state and with the decision, but do you plan to do that regardless of what's happening? And maybe, is that part of the reason why you're looking to do the charter? Is that wouldn't be allowed if the state, for whatever reason, decided not to move certain courses? Grover Welch, I'm an instructional facilitator at the high school and district testing coordinator. So part of the training that we're looking at through Ed Elements and bringing in PD for our staff is to change pedagogically our approach, starting with 7th grade and 8th grade, to what a student looks like. And pedagogically, we want our teachers embracing more project-based learning, more personalized learning, and these are all skills that we want to push those classes down to 7th and 8th grade so that we can open up teachers to bring in people from the community to do a project or to do work in a classroom that will be outside of what traditional classroom looks like. So we're working very hard on trying to develop a sense of like a basis in 7th and 8th grade and an interest, and then free those teachers in the high school to really kind of embrace the things that we know will make kids excited about learning.
Okay.
Did that answer that? Yes, I mean, I think what I heard was yes, we do plan on ensuring that these courses will be offered.
And I'll say emphatically, yes, the plan is to move it down. We've already started scheduling on that. We know in order to create those opportunities for our students to get more than a year 2 or year 3 CTE experience, we know we got to create that opportunity for them to have that time at the top. So we're moving those things down that we can move down. We're having conversations on how to make sure those students are prepared, putting systems in place so we can monitor what they need, because anytime you have a system shift, there's going to be some things we have to keep a close eye on, make sure we're giving the support. That's where the training comes in that he's talking about, making sure those teachers have the support they need to be successful. Thank you.
And I do think that what we're talking about here is not necessarily indicative of the charter, because if you're putting in those course approval, we have a course approval system, and so they have to put in to move those courses down. So it's not necessarily part, it is in terms of the structure of how they'll make that space, but it's not part of waivers or any of that because they're going through the course approval process.
And so I guess that's where I'm still trying to get my head wrapped around the entire process, because kind of going back somewhat to Dr. Moore brought forward as I'm trying to understand the need for the conversion charter application and I will say that I did greatly appreciate you providing your existing data and letting us know where you were with your CTE students and your students that are non-CTE, because that did give me a bit of a sense of where you currently are sitting. But as I'm sitting here listening to your presentation, I'm still trying to see the things that you're wanting to do and that you are proposing to do, which are all great things. I just don't see how you can't do those things now. So that would be, I guess I would just need a little bit more, and if I may be completely missing it.
Oh, no. I think, just in hearing what you're saying, I'm hearing the need for the teacher licensure waiver.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still having trouble with the flexible schedule, because when we look at what CTE has in place and the flexibility that's already there, I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around what's going to be so much different from what we already have.
Yeah, and then also,
Yeah, go.
and then also as we're thinking about that, I'm still a bit stuck on the full structure for just like if we're looking at it like a body and just the skeleton for every student, what that day looks like, knowing that it may be different for different students because they may have different goals or desires or whatnot. But what is the skeleton that's going to be for every student that comes through the doors based on their grade levels?
So our skeleton, one, everyone we want to provide an opportunity for mentorship. We already have that model, okay? But our schedule we're trying to get the information to them a little bit earlier so we can make their end productive and they can leave with additional certifications. The pathways aren't as confusing. If I look at it like this, you have this traditional student who's going to go through their traditional classes who may want AP classes. You have some students who go ahead and get a associate's degree while they're in school, and we can assume their cost and we can pay, and we already got the relationship with ASUN to do that. And then you have the other kids that people struggle with because they disengage. Well, let's connect them with not only a career pathway, but once they get their level, the year 2, year 3 classes out of the way, once they become the completers, then let's connect them with things that they're engaged with, like firefighters, where they can actually get 3 certifications, is that right? Mm-hmm. So they can get 3 certifications, so when they come out of school, they're ready to go. We want to create valuable time for everybody. Where we're lacking at is the flexibility to meet the needs of everybody, and that's why we put the flexibility waiver in. So for the student who's going to go through the associate path, that's not a big issue for us, because we can create the opportunities with ASUN for them to get that. The bigger issue is the students. We need to make sure like they've got their completers, they're really engaged in going through this pathway. How do we create opportunity for them to do that and without the flexibility? Because what's going to happen is she's going to bring in someone who can get them to be licensed when they graduate high school, but that means they will have a block of time, 3 hours, that I'm going to have to make them flexible in, and then I may have to give them a class outside of the traditional block. So we're going to have a little bit of flexibility on how we get those kids certified when they graduate, and better yet, well, while they're doing that, how do we get them the classes that they still need to get their required 38? I mean, their 22 to graduate. So that's why we put the flexibility waiver. There's going to be places when we schedule these things where we know we can give them those pathways and those licensures, but we're going to have to get creative on how to get them some of the other things. It may not fall into a traditional master schedule, is what I'm saying.
So I think the question still stands around, is a conversion charter needed, or is there the flexibility through waivers to be able to do these things? There are no waivers available for court reporting or real estate. None. We met with Greenway Tuesday night. They want to be a part of this. I don't know about ag mechanics or what they would want to do, but we're looking at some things that are very much needed in our community workforce, Newport and the region. We will not be able to do these without the waivers.
without this conversion charter, basically.
So what's the difference, I guess, in this and asking for 1240 waivers? Because for 1240 waivers, you could get a teacher licensure waiver, you could possibly get an instructional day waiver. I guess I'm just asking, how is it different?
I think this is different because it includes the whole CTE program and the whole school. It's a school within a school. There's a real buy-in by the school and the community. I think if you've just got the 1240 waiver, you don't have that buy-in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, we moved away from 1240 waivers a long time ago
Mm-hmm.
because they were not effective for us.
Mm-hmm.
We stay away from those.
So, to ask the same question from a different way. So I lived in Batesville for a while. I actually lived in Rosie. I could actually see Newport across the fields. So what you're telling us is that you already have a very effective CTE program that has a lot of partners already working with you on it, but that to reach what you want to reach, you need a conversion waiver or a conversion charter. And so we're asking why, but I guess I'll take the position that I kind of believe you all that you wouldn't ask for it if you didn't need it. So just in a one sentence or two sentence word, tell us why do you need this other than just kind of doing what you're successfully doing already?
I think we're like I said, we're trying to offer our kids the best opportunities that we can give them to graduate and keep all our kids engaged. But we also want to be able to enhance the programs we already have. And so being able to use these to work through the current programs we have is a way for us to even get more kids involved. And I think that's part of it too.
Okay. Does it give you more clout in the community to say that you have a conversion charter school?
I don't know that's not really the reason we went into it, but I think that's in the region or in our area, I think it would also be a draw for other students, honestly.
So I know that I know that Batesville has Batesville High is a conversion charter.
Yes.
Southside is a conversion charter. We've all approved those.
Cave City, I know.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but in our county, there's nothing like what we're proposing to offer. So, and that's kind of the reason we went that direction.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, my question is just a weird random one. The library media specialist was on there before and then it wasn't, but then under flexible schedule, it mentions without library media specialist flexibility, students may have trouble completing their program study. Is there a waiver for library media or not?
There is not.
Okay.
There initially was based on some conversation we had, and then we decided that we could do that anyways, and we did not need the library media specialist.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted that clarity.
Yes.
So, that's a couple questions. One, like I said, trying to go back through my notes, and so looking under flexible schedule, and it speaks about students having the opportunities for internships and apprenticeships, and this kind of quoting what's the language here, instruction may be provided in less than 6 hours per day or 30 hours per week. Is there a way you can better explain the thinking around that one? And it's in reference to with options for competency-based learning, acceleration, enrichment, in addition to internships and apprenticeships, instruction may be provided in less than 6 hours per day or 30 hours per week. So I'm just trying to get a sense of.
So can you start over and read from the beginning for me, please?
Yeah. And so it's on my papers under flexible schedule.
Okay.
So it's back under the waivers, and it was one that I missed, so I apologize for coming back to that one. But it's where you're asking for the waiver for a flexible schedule. And in part of your rationale, what kind of jumped out at me that I just needed a little bit more clarification on is when you speak to, in referencing to the competency-based learning, and it says acceleration, enrichment, in addition to internships and apprenticeships, which definitely piqued my interest, and that instruction may be provided in less than 6 hours per day or 30 hours per week. So there's like a huge gap there in time period, so I'm just trying to get a sense of what was the thinking there for that rationale to be included.
So
I wrote this in my notes. I tried not to read straight from my notes earlier,
Okay.
but and that was my portion. So it's to allow students ample time to explore, shadow, intern, and to meet the requirements for graduation as well. So they may only be there 6 hours that day, 6 hours, but then they may be at their intern for their particular area, or they could be job shadowing, and those type of things. And that's what that is talking about, I think.
So more than the 6 hours? Is that what we're saying? So you're having a 6-hour day on campus?
I'm talking about 6 class periods.
Okay.
I should clarify that.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
okay.
Yes.
Okay. It's less, sorry, that was backwards.
Okay. So was the waiver request for 1A42?
Let's consult with our lawyer. 616-102.
And then also, you would need a waiver of 1A42 if it's less than 6 hours a day or 30 hours per week.
That is correct, and it looks like they did not specify that in their application, so I would recommend that they just note on the record today that if they want to add that.
Mr. Walter?
Trip Walter, APSRC, I can, on behalf of the district, request the accompanying standard.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And so I did have another question. So in thinking about, so there's already the established on your campus, it sounds like, for the other pathways that you're wanting to offer, but then you also mentioned real estate and court recording. So how is that going to look like? How is that going to be laid out for students that are interested in that? And then what is the expectation once they complete that secondary piece? What are they leaving your schools with?
Okay, the real estate piece would be they could take the classes their senior year, really their junior or senior year, probably in a semester or less, but they would have to be 18 to sit for the exam. I believe I've got it in my notes. I talked to the Real Estate School of Arkansas broker. His wife is actually a former high school principal. She thought this was the best thing since sliced bread, was very excited about it. We talked about different ways that we could do it. I told her I wasn't sure we could or if we would get the waiver. She's on my advisory council. She's in the application. Same thing with court reporting. There are different ways you can do that. There's actually a school in Quitman, Arkansas. There are some options online. We may have someone, she may want to come teach for us. I don't know. We're going to have to sit down and plan that out, but until you tell me I can do that, I've gathered my information and planned it, but until I get approval, there is an implementation phase on this, and that's when I was going to get it hammered out hard.
Any other questions down here?
I would just like, because I don't think we put it on the record that you're not applying to be an online school, because we talked around it. But if you
We are not applying to be an online school. Most of this is project based, hands-on learning. That's how we want it with them in person, face to face. Yes.
And I guess I have one more question, which has to do with oversight of the locations that these students are going to. So who will be overseeing the individual locations?
So currently, our JAG instructor has about 53 students. She and myself go and visit those students when they're supposed to be at work, and we've caught a few of them that weren't where they were supposed to be when they were supposed to be there, and that's why we do that. Yeah, yes. And we also have their supervisors email us on a weekly basis. So we're in constant contact with them, and as those numbers increase, our hope is to have someone like Lieutenant Tarwater come onto campus and teach. So then he's on campus, we're seeing him face to face, but we're also in contact with him as well. And those kids may be going to the fire department. If they're doing EMT, they may be working with the hospital or the ambulance service, getting their ride hours in.
So that brings me back to a question then.
And I do have 3 people with a 413 and 1 more added.
Okay, so are the individuals that are going to receive the work-based standing endorsement going to be responsible for that piece, or is the JAG specialist going to be responsible for that piece? And just like the previous group, that gives me pause when we ask additional things to be added on to an individual that they're responsible for this here, and now you're adding this over here. I think that creates an opportunity for there to be some things to fall through the cracks and this not be done as effectively.
It will be individuals. Currently, our JAG specialist does do the work-based learning, and that's all she does, and it goes together very, very well.
Okay.
Come on.
And for us, we're not looking at sending a lot of people off campus. We're looking for people to come on campus to, like you said, to make our programs better. We do realize there is a certain place when a student, we got a senior, then there's some job shadowing, some things that probably need to happen at that time. And we have the resources to do that. But predominantly, we're trying to make our programs better. We just want to make sure students have different certifications and licenses, so when they leave our school, they're prepared to be effective in the workforce.
Any other questions? Discussion? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the charter request from Newport High School.
I'll second.
Okay, so it's been, the motion has been made by Dr. Moore and seconded by Mr. Baldwin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. Congratulations. Give us just a few minutes to fill out our voting sheets and. was like, this is not going to last all day. I was like, no. And Dory goes, yeah, it's going to last all day. We'll start with Dr. Wright McMurray.
I voted for. I support the CTE Academies at Newport High School's district conversion charter application. This will provide an opportunity for students to have access to expanded CTE and work-based learning opportunities. I look forward to hearing about the gains and outcomes for their students.
Mr. Davis.
Yep. 4, to provide students with relevant work experience through flexible scheduling and an expansion of CTE pathways. I support the charter application for Newport schools in order to prepare students for post-secondary exploration.
Mr. Baldwin.
I'm in favor of the conversion charter for the academies of Newport High. This approval provides the structure and flexibility needed for the school, for school success, and builds off a currently effective CTE program.
Dr. Moore.
I support the charter conversion application from Newport High School to expand specialized learning opportunities based upon student interest and post-secondary plans. While much of the application speaks to innovative programs that are currently possible through existing DESE and CTE structures, additional waivers are indeed needed to provide learning opportunities to students. I recommend that Newport High School leadership work closely with the Division of Career and Technical Education staff to ensure appropriate steps are taken and procedures followed related to career pathways and work-based learning. Additionally, the attention to core courses must remain at the forefront to ensure students are prepared for their post-secondary pursuits.
Thank you. I support the Academies at Newport District Conversion Charter and its multi-tiered approach to providing students pathways to graduation, certifications, and concurrent credit. I look forward to hearing about your successes. Congratulations.
Thank you all very much. We appreciate it. It's a great day for our kids.
Make a motion to adjourn.
To adjourn, okay.
Second.
We have a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?